Hope everybody had a good lunch.
Yes, you also.
Buffalo chicken sandwich from Cumberland Farms was delicious.
I had nice corned beef and cabbage.
Ooh, nice.
Sorry, Adam.
The mayonnaise made it taste much better, though.
Double sorry.
You're live on Channel 8.
Oh, then I won't say what I had. I was going to make a joke.
Thank you very much, TCTV. Folks, thanks for bearing with us. Quick 30-minute lunch for all those. And we are back to, I believe we're going to call this on the YouTube channel, part 2 of our budget meeting today. If you're just joining us thus far, actually, I'll put that schedule back up. Screen 2. If you are just joining us this afternoon, and possibly you got the notification because you're subscribed to our YouTube channel and you have clicked the bell to get notifications. This morning we had Public Works, Police and Emergency Management, Fire and EMS, Development Services and Sewer. Excellent discussions all around. And again, we're not afraid of going over our time limits to make sure that we get all of the questions answered, but we actually are right back on track, so to speak, for a healthy discussion this afternoon with administration and finance, community services, and then wrapping up with all of the executive functions, select board, IT, insurance and benefits, and capital. So let's see. I'm going to go around the room and see. We've got Bev Bartolomeo, Kelly Pomprion, Tim Toth, Tom Smith, Jeff Bennett, Adam LaMontagne, Terry Griffiths, Luann Royer, listed as assessor on the chat. There she is. Hey, how are you, Luann? Amy Guthrie, Holly Young, Tony DeJoy, Bob May, Will Spring, Debbie Wilder, Cheryl Richardson, Carol Harris, town clerk, is connecting right now, but it looks like we have our quorum. Everybody's back. Fantastic. And we're ready to go with part 2. All right, for those following along at home with your budget books, we are going to go to page 46. We're going to start off with administration and finance. And first up is advisory committee on page 46.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Curry. Advisory committee wise, we've looked at our budget kind of as all the rest of the departments. We did notice that quite a few of them were, due to COVID, we didn't spend all the money in our accounts as other departments. We also have discussed that going forward, if there is items that we consistently see ourselves not spending, that we would revisit that and try to tighten up our budget, albeit minimal, other than the reserve account. That every little bit helps when it comes to tightening up the budget strings. So, other than that, go forward on the accounts.
Any questions so far? 5110. Now we're looking at the 5200.
This basically is just our pre-town meeting, our advertisements for pre-town. We do have 3 budgeted in. We have consistently the last couple of years, I believe, had 3 meetings. So if we see that we get this over with in 2 every year, then we could reduce this. However, at this point, this was what our consistent budget would be.
Okay, questions 5200? right, hearing none, moving on to 5,400.
5,400, this would be office supplies, as that was discussed in the past, previously earlier today. A central office thing may be something that would work. As far as our committee, minimal on office usage, pretty much in the past, and currently, if there is something that has to go out, it's usually done at the chairman's expense, I guess, so to speak. If we haven't, if not, we put in for reimbursement out of this. This might be one of the accounts we look forward to reevaluating coming down in the future.
Tom, this time around, I think you guys opted for just the electronic copy. Is that correct?
We did mostly we did have, I believe, 4 book copies go out, or 3.
Okay.
But we did mostly decide that electronic copy would be sufficient for most of our members.
Okay. Question from Mr. May?
It was answered. Thank you, Mike.
Okay. All right, anything further, 5,400? All right, your 5,600.
All right, 5,600. We put in for requested 5,250, 5,500. The lump sum disallowed at $2,500. Personally, and I think a lot of the board members during discussion thought this emergency reserve should be higher. I personally would like to see it go higher in the future. I think we potentially could streamline some of the other departments that have all put contingencies in and have one main contingency for the town as far as for unexpected. But at this point, this is what we are structure of our budget. So this is what we had put in for at this point.
Okay. Mr. May?
Yes, I pretty much to echo what Tom said is that I've, been an advocate of this being where we carry what we now carry as a 5% overage of our free cash. I think it would be a clearer picture to the townsfolk for budgeting and a clearer picture for all involved. But and the state allows for up to 5%, I believe, of at least the omnibus budget, less school debt, to be utilized in the reserve account, or to be placed in the reserve account, which works real well, along with replacing that free cash portion. So I would concur. I would even, suggest renaming the account to the Templeton Reserve, or the Templeton Emergency Reserve, than what it has been listed as in the past. Just my 2 cents.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Absolutely.
I totally agree that this account needs to be much higher than what has been. If you look at other communities, their emergency reserve is much higher. We've been very frugal, basically, over the years, and it needs to end up reflecting what really needs to be in this account in the future.
Question for advisory and or Adam. What has been is it getting used? I know that the requests come near the end of the year. What's our historical rate for what it has been funded at?
Can I speak to that for a second? Anybody else can add on, but I'll just say, in my short history on advisory, it's been underutilized and basically minimized in my opinion, improperly. I don't think the account's been utilized correctly through the last couple administrations anyway. And I think a lot of that had to do with personality conflicts, which hopefully are being resolved. And And I think we should work towards turning this into, as designed by the law and the structure, to be where we put that, let's say, excess cash, and to give another group the opportunity to throw eyes on, the emergency and the damage, the overexpense, just like with the reserve. Again, I see this only being better, being higher.
I think it's important that the department heads know that they're encouraged if they do have a unexpected expense. If all of a sudden an engine goes in a piece of apparatus or a pump, or the police department has something malfunction in their dispatch center that's totally unexpected, they should come to advisory for that expense, not just because they can, but because that shows that as a town, we don't have all brand new equipment, and we do have things that break and go wrong. I think that having a department, I know Carter was very fond of making sure that, if something broke in a department, we'll find it in your budget to fix it. And that really can handcuff the department heads. So I think that this account is there for a reason. And I think moving forward, and hopefully, as things break, it happens. It's a fact of life. And we need to, as a town, we need to show that we're not everything brand new and nothing breaks, because that's how the townspeople realize what areas need certain improvements.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Bev.
I sat down the other day and I was looking through some of the area towns, and Sterling has a reserves fund of $100,000. And it's not fair to say to a department head, find it in your department if it's not there. It's not fair if he has a real budget. So the reserve fund is there for a reason. And if it is an unexpected and it fits the criteria, they should use the reserve fund. The reserve fund is not supposed to be a savings account. So we have lots of free cash at the end of the year. And that's kind of what it was. It really needs to be used right. I think that the reserve fund, that means that the town administrator has to come to another department and ask for it. Same thing with money in stabilization. He has to go to town meeting and ask for it. But that's how government's supposed to run. That's how it's structured. So I think that it's really time for for our government to start running right and being very, very transparent for a change. Because unless you have trust in your officials, you lose something that's so tangible, and it's hard to get it back. So I think that's what they have. They had a $600,000 reserve fund. And if it's not used, if we don't have any problems, then it just goes into free cash. So it's not a big loss. Anyway.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I have to concur with my fellow members of the advisory committee. This has been underutilized, and the process that's been used in the last couple of years has been contrary to what should be happening and using this fund. I'd like to take and end up going back to the way it was supposed to be used, and not ending up moving monies around from one department to the other instead of going to the reserve fund.
Thanks, Will. I just figured out as host, I cannot put up a hand, which is kind of funny. Any other discussion on 5,600 and emergency reserve? I can, if I put my own hand up, having been a part of the discussion when on the advisory committee, we talked about what is comfortable, what is achievable, and otherwise. It sounds like the advisory that has chimed in so far is in favor of assuming more risk, therefore pushing the amount up. I would agree with you that the process is not well known, and that's why it hasn't been exercised as much. I can tell you that bringing up the emergency reserve fund came, there was much discussion about it while we were talking about the front end loader. Adam, that's not the bulldozer. Sorry. And it's funny that, your request was $52,000 because I think that's exactly what the loader repair was. I do think that the account needs to be able to handle the expected type of emergencies that we would have. I think everybody could agree if it was a couple $100 or $1,000 or something, most department budgets can absorb that. We're talking about an emergency reserve that can actually make a difference. So what I would agree with you, but that double-edged sword of you increase that and you do in the out years, it just becomes adding on something that needs to be sustained from a annual budget, not from a stabilization account. There are a variety of different ways that we can make ourselves whole if we run into a problem. This is more of that tactical, emergency view rather than a stabilization account or otherwise. I do think we're heading, as the note there says in the budget book, this is increasing, and we have been able to increase this year by year. I think what everybody on the advisory so far that has chimed in has said, we need to be a little bit more bold in increasing this. As the selectmen were bold, the select board were bold in increasing our contributions to operational stabilization and capital stabilization from 1 and 5 to 2 and 8, I believe. So I think we're headed in the right direction. We just have to be able to, from a growth perspective, we have to follow a sustainable model. Mr. May, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far into the weeds here and get off the subject, but right now, as I mentioned, our financial management policy calls for 5% carryover of free cash, to carry 5% of the budget in free cash. And we have another provision that requires us to roll over 20% of that to the next year. So if we did that on the front end rather than on the back end, by putting the 500,000 in the emergency reserve, anticipating that potentially up to 300,000 of that would be utilized for this or that throughout the year, and that 200,000 would roll over, we would be in potentially the same boat that we are now. It's just where you place and where you pull the money from, and the process that how it gets there would change.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just to take it end up, stepping back here, the advisory emergency reserve fund prior to the last administrator's position, it was utilized. And let me give you an example. One year, the fire department came when they had the pump on the ladder truck had gone, and $16,500 in excess of that was utilized for that particular thing because it was unforeseen and unbudgeted. And like Bob said, if you use some of that money that's out there to take it, end up rolling over and having a little tighter budgets and putting it into the emergency reserve, it actually helps the department heads that if they do run into some budgetary issues, that they can end up putting in the paperwork and And we have a policy. It's pretty straightforward. If you look at other communities, we have the same policy as most other communities as to how to come to the emergency reserve and who should come and when they should come.
Thanks, Will.
If I could just add here the basis of my recommendation. This is something that, we've grown each year based on affordability, and I understand the advisory and how they want to build it up. And I don't disagree with that premise. But at the same time, I think the model we used in fiscal year 20 was to do $2,500 increments each fiscal year. And I believe next year we could, depending upon whether we level funded or not, be at 52.5 based upon the model we were using to build this account. And I think it's just a matter of how and when to orchestrate and base the budget, entire budget, as you're drafting it. And this was the number that I came to that I felt was the best in regards to, because we have other accounts as well that were underfunded, like the veterans benefits that I had to also take into consideration. So it's one of those things where you try to find the best balance, and not everybody gets everything that they want.
If I could, that model was instituted by the past administration. You don't see any other community using that type of a model that they can end up accounting for how much is in the reserve.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a suggestion that we just stop talking about the past and move forward?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, again, I think this is also in.
I mean, with relevance to past administrations, we have a new administration. Let him decide and tell us how he's going to do things and how he thinks they should be done. What's done in the past, if you learn from it, if it was wrong, that's great. But we're just wasting a lot of time talking about past administrations.
All I did is point out that the fact that the model has to be changed.
If we don't learn by what we haven't done right, which is a lot, we are going nowhere. Looking backward doesn't hurt as long as you move forward.
Okay.
I don't want to go backwards. It's been a horror show.
All good points, ladies and gentlemen. Moving forward, as I had said, it sounds like you're looking to expand this advisory, to change whether it's your policy to increase it or to work with the town administrator on how to fix the structural problem with its use and how it can be expanded in an exponential sense. So moving forward wise, I think, Tony, good point. But Will and Deb, I understand where you're coming from. Moving forward, here's the good thing. There is a reserve account. It didn't drop. It's increasing. So that's good. Any further discussion on 5,600?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Jeff.
regarding the reserve fund, regardless of how much is in there, it should be emphasized, pointed out, department heads should be reminded of why that fund is in place and its uses. And to maybe upset some people, again, a past use of the lack of the use of the reserve fund was, there was a department head had a accident with a cruiser, a police cruiser. I believe it was a police chief. But and this is specifically stated as a reason to use the reserve fund. What happened was that cruiser was in an accident. To get it repaired, rather than go to the reserve fund to pay for that until the insurance was all straightened out and the town was reimbursed, money was transferred from the Board of Selectmen's expense fund. And just before the town meeting, that insurance check arrived and it was put back into the expense fund. And where there had been OPEB deposit that had been stuck there and promised the town meeting that it would not be touched or used, it was kind of used. The check was put back at the last minute. There were questions about how we were going to make the transfer because the expense fund was now short that of the funds that were used for the insurance buyout. So yes, that's a past use and it's in the past, but it's just an example of how things can go astray real quick by financial philosophy. Again, we have a reserve fund. The uses should be known to the town departments. Do it at a town department head meeting. The reserve fund is here. This is the criteria. Here's the policy that the advisory committee or the criteria that they use to consider whether to approve the use of the funds or not. Should it be more? Yes. And if you look at the reasons for it to be higher, borrowing costs, showing financial stability of the town, et cetera, et cetera. But the use of the fund, the criteria that the advisory committee will use to consider whether they allow a transfer to cover some unforeseen thing should be made available to all the department heads. So they know, hey, something happened, it's not in my budget. Can I go to the reserve fund? Is this a proper use? That's, to me, that's the most important thing that should go forward. So all department heads know the fund and what's the criteria to go ask the advisory committee for, and what is the likelihood that they will approve the use of it or not. That, to me, is the biggest issue. Funding it, there are ways to fund it, but I'm not going to touch that right now. But to me, the biggest thing is the reserve fund and what's the criteria to use it. And what will the advisory committee consider in granting your request for use of that fund? And that should be emphasized moving forward.
Yep. It's a giant foot stomp for Adam. I know he's taking notes on it. Tony?
Yeah, so Jeff, I agree with what you're saying. However, if you put it out and what we on the committee, because I think we're all in agreement what it should be used for, then it's got to be properly funded. And we don't think that the 50,000 is properly funded. So it's sort of you're in a catch-22. So you want the people to use the fund for what it's intended for. However, it's not properly funded for that as we see it. So you're just going to have to come up with a way to, you never know when something's going to come up. And that the transmission with the front end loader is a perfect example of what that, if the fund was funded properly, could have been used for. It's a big dent out of it, but that's just my opinion.
So moving forward, Adam, I would add this to the watch item. I think that the advisory committee can go back and work on their policy within this year. But as far as addressing this year's, that 22 request, I'd like to put this on the watch item. That way, if the town administrator sees an opportunity to further fund that line item for the 22 budget, he can take the necessary steps. How does that sound for advisory committee or to the board, the select board as well?
So moved.
I think that's fine. Trying to change a major change in the current budget rightfully isn't right to Adam at this point. I think he's done a great job in putting something together. But as we move forward with that, it's something that we can work with him throughout the year and to get our, how we see it coming forward for the next budget cycle.
Right. So sometimes with risk management, you wind up actually having opportunities. And this is one of those situations that I would say, let's give Adam the guidance from this joint budget workshop that we have. Let's give him the guidance to look for the opportunity to actually, if he's able, by the time this goes to meeting or otherwise, he's able to look for an opportunity to further fund the advisory committee's emergency reserve. Bev, I think you have your hand up.
The only time that the budget can't be changed is once it's on town meeting floor.
Understood.
If there are changes that need to be made, they need to be made before you get to town meeting floor. Okay?
I completely understand, but there are things that could come out of this workshop today where he would have to rearrange.
It's one of those things you have to look at.
Yep. So Adam, if you can look for opportunities to further fund as within reason, I suppose. A few people have said 100,000 as far as comparison communities. I don't think that you're going to be able to find another $50,000 in the couch cushions. However, if you see an opportunity, then I would say let's put that on the record as a watch item for today. Any further questions on 5600?
Just one additional comment.
Sure, Jeff.
We're starting off with $50,000 in the reserve fund. Between now and when our free cash is certified, our budget, access to budget funds for all departments are at their highest levels. The financial management policy says to fund our reserves from free cash. The town's reserve fund is a reserve fund. And it's a matter of the select board voting to alter the financial management policy. And in the fall, when you have your free cash, you can add to the reserve fund. So in the winter months, if a loaded transmission goes down, you need 20 grand. We put an additional 50,000 out of free cash. You have a $100,000 reserve fund for at least half of the year or more. And towards the end of the year, if something breaks, a fire pump breaks or this breaks, the fire chief's already used some of his maintenance budget. The highway department has used its maintenance budget. You would have the reserve fund sitting there large and pretty to use.
I agree.
And if you don't use it, it just rolls forward into free cash and it will be self-sustaining, self-funding. Not at the start of the fiscal year, but by the time you get to October or November at the latest, you can build it up for the year, for the part of the year when budgets have been spent down and you're more apt to need the reserve fund.
Good point and well said, Mr. Bennett.
Real nice way to step build it too.
I won't disagree.
Mr.
right.
Chairman, if we can move on, I think there was enough said.
Okay. Yep. All right. Closing up the discussion on the 5600 and advisory committee. Going once, twice. All right. Fantastic. Next up, thank you very much, advisory committee and Tom, for your presentation. Next up is treasurer collector. And I believe Cheryl is on with us. Cheryl, if you've seen this morning, basically I'll bring up, let's see, that is page number 65 in the budget book. If you have an opening statement, but then we'll just roll right into your accounts.
Yeah, we can just roll right in. Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, sure. I'll put the 5100 up on the screen.
All right, so this is our payroll. This is for myself, my assistant treasurer collector, and the clerk.
All right, thanks,
You want to go
Cheryl.
question by question? Anybody have any questions or?
You have the position filled now, right, for the clerk?
Yes, she started last Monday.
Thank you.
Yep, she met.
This is the support. These are for the membership fees for Worcester County treasurer collector, Mass treasurer collector. The meetings that they have, any of the fees, sometimes it costs $50 to go to some of these meetings that they have. This is the school and the Cape conference that they have every year. Of course, last year, everything was canceled, so I'm hoping going forward that they have them because I really want to get back to the school and get my certification going here. So I don't think I changed much in this. I think we did add one night for the Cape conference because we were a night short for the hotel. It's a 4-day conference and we only had 2 nights on there. So I think that was the only thing we added.
Okay, any questions? 5110?
Just that you'll be certified if the classes are this year, or do you have to go another year?
I may have to go another year because of last year being canceled.
Thank you.
All right, 52?
Purchase of services. So this is for Globe Direct is our billing company. They do the first commitment of the year for the excise bills, and they do our real estate and property tax billing for us. The annual report for First Southwest is Hilltop, the services they provide. That's what that's for. That's usually billed in April, so that's last year's actual number.
Any significant increases in any of your services?
No, I didn't change anything.
Okay. Further questions on 5200? Yes, Mr. May, go ahead.
Yeah, this is quick and a little bit off course, but how far behind are the collections? Cheryl, I saw the number in the weekly.
For excise, the week that was this week's weekly, we mailed roughly 8,000 bills originally, and we only had, like the week before demands went out, I had like 3,500 unpaid, and we ended up getting quite a bit in 1 week. So we ended up mailing about 2,300 demands. So of course, this is increasing my postage as well. So I'm hoping, I'm really hoping we can get that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that.
This is probably an indication of the economy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Kelly, go ahead.
Carol, I would just also mention what's happening with the post office and the letters coming back as vacant and all of that, because I really think that's probably had an impact also.
Yeah, we have been having a lot of trouble with the mail. A lot of people are getting their mail back to them saying that the town hall address, it comes back to them saying the town hall's vacant. So we've sent those over to the postmaster and she's sending them somewhere, Boston, Springfield, I'm not sure where. And it just seemed like it was one day. Any mail that was mailed on February 18th for some reason went back to the resident. So I've been waiving fees on those if they let me know and send me a copy of the envelope they got so that I can send it right over to the post office. I've been waiving the fees on those. So hopefully they're going to find out what happened.
Does that go to town hall or to the PO box?
Well, they went to the PO box, but that's our mailing address.
Yeah.
And it was actually the coupon that you get. They just put it in an envelope. It's in the window, and they've been returned to the resident address as vacant.
I have to applaud the treasurer collector for taking and waiving those on that issue, because that could be, I mean, those folks shouldn't have got it back.
No, absolutely.
I think the original question was for Bob's. If that question was answered, anything else on 5200? All right, I'm going to move to 5400.
Okay, so this is my just miscellaneous postage stamps if we have to mail anything back without that we don't use our return envelopes on, and just miscellaneous supplies for the office. The postage envelopes is I get pre-stamped envelopes, And I'm hoping that's going to be enough this year. With COVID, we're mailing back a lot of receipts to people. So mail is extra this year. There's a lot of mail going out from on our end. But I don't think I changed anything in this one from the prior year. Any questions?
Just, I guess if this is the same as last year, I am, being a horse owner, I hate using the metaphor. I hate to beat a dead horse, but in this case, Cheryl, if you did have a substantial increase to postage where it was maybe a couple thousand more from a department head perspective, are you clear, or would you, know 100% to go to Adam to say, I have an emergency, or, the structure to actually go to the advisory committee to make a account that could go negative whole?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
And the only reason I didn't raise for the envelopes was because we had, when the COVID thing started and we were talking about the CARES money, we thought we were going to be able to put postage in there because we were doing extra postage. So we had ordered envelopes ahead of time, thinking to use that money. So I do have some extra this year that I probably, you know what I mean? I'm a little ahead of the game, so I didn't really want to push this up if I didn't have to.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep, please go ahead, Tim.
Would there be any benefit going to a metered mail arrangement versus just buying postage stamps like any of us who walked into the post office?
A lease on a postage meter can be very expensive.
Thanks, Tim. Terry, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just wondering if new growth will impact this going forward.
I'm sorry, I missed that. If what will impact?
New growth.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we'll have more bills going out. It's people moving into town, they're going to have cars. We'll have more excise bills going out, more property tax bills going out.
Do you communicate with the with Luann as to the estimated time frame for that, so you can have a heads up going forward?
Definitely. Yeah. I think we're all set with this, and I know enough to go. And if we have to get extra money from one of the other accounts, then, we'll do that at that point. But I just didn't want to get crazy with the numbers this year.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on 5,400? All right. Cheryl, I'm going to move to 5,700.
Yep. Okay, so this is the tax taking ad that goes in the paper for the delinquent real estate taxes, the registry of deeds, the attorney, hopefully to move some of the properties that we've had in tax title, so that we can get some of these, properties back to the town and hopefully auction them off and everything. We added the land of low value this year. Right now I have 6 have been submitted, so we're waiting to hear on those. And that about covers that. So we did 75 for the tax taking. We did 70 this year. We actually advertised 70 in the paper. We actually put 60 went to the registry of deeds and were recorded. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do something with the tax title right now with COVID, of course. Bankruptcies can't be done, and the courts were closed for quite some time. So hopefully we'll be able to move forward with that once all this passes.
Thank you, Cheryl. Terry?
Thank you, Cheryl. What is Mass Clean Water administration fee?
That's the State Street Bank is what that one was said last year. It's the fees that they charge for administering some of the loans and the process that they do.
Is it a one-time?
It's yearly.
On page 72 of the book, there's the receipt for it. Other questions, 5,700? right, hearing none. Cheryl, thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
your presentation. And up next is the town accountant, which is page 50 in your budget books.
Wait, are we skipping the debt?
Oh, sorry. It's not a top level. I'm sorry. Which page do you want me to go to for debt?
Just 163 and 164. Sorry, Kelly.
Okay.
These are just the figures that match up to what we have due. We added the ban, the recent ban from February, and our numbers match what needs to be paid out for these. If anybody has any questions.
Yeah, I wanted to give it a nice pause there to allow people. So 162 and I'm sorry, 163 and 164. Any questions for, yep, Kelly has a question.
I just wanted to bring to your attention, Bob McDonald had talked about the debt for the sewer department that's going to be coming off fairly quickly. So if you look at page 163, you'll see it's that very top line. That's the one it's due to pay off FY23. So that I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that that is in a couple of years. So that should be a, help with the debt. But, we could potentially use that, since it's debt excluded, we could potentially use that toward the new school ban to helpfully, maybe help with some of the interest on that.
Just one, just one question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Do we have an updated debt schedule?
Yeah, Adam has a copy of that. I thought he.
Adam, if you
But
could.
Will, are you talking about the ban, the latest ban in the debt schedule?
No, I'm talking about the entire the entire debt schedule.
Yeah, I could send that off. We just sent it. Well, it might not include the latest ban. I'm not sure, but we just sent one off to the state not too long ago.
This gives the advisory committee a good understanding of when some of the debt is coming off and what the impact could be financially going to the future.
Adam, if you could take that as an action item.
Debt schedule?
Yep, debt schedule. Bev, I see your hands up. Hang on, you're on mute.
I was going to ask the same question that Will did about the debt schedule. That'd be
Okay.
good if they'd send that out. You
Yep.
know, I have one button on the left and one on the right, and I'm an old lady, so it takes me some time.
I'll tell you,
I'm
Bev,
doing good. I'm still here.
I use this stuff for work and otherwise. So there are all kinds of ways to get off of mute or otherwise. So I'll help out. Okay. Yep. That's an action item for the debt schedule. Anything else on debt before we move on to accountant?
Just like to say thanks to Cheryl. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. All right, let's move on to town accountant. I think I said that was page 50.
52.
Yes.
Yep.
So in
And
my
Kelly,
department,
like everyone else, if you wanted to start with just an opening statement, that's up to you, or we can go right into your 5100.
we can just go right into my 5100.
Got it.
There, in my department, the only change is we've now removed Hubbardston from the mix. I am working remotely now with Nicole being full-time in the office. As of right now, it seems to be working very well. And I'm willing to continue on as, long as need be for that. So there's really no changes in that other than my wages are less. So that's the personnel. Any questions on that? Okay. Then when it comes down to the employee support, again, like with all the other departments, those are the conferences and meetings that we need to go to. And I've got boot camp in there for Nicole to take. We've started, we had the school these last few weeks and have all been Zoom meetings. It's been very challenging. A lot of the accountants' classes are very hands-on, and so it's been kind of difficult to have a Zoom because you have the paperwork, but they're not right there to come and help you. But we made some good headway, and we're going to continue with that of me working with her on different aspects. It was very challenging this year, and we're just still getting our head above water, both of us trying to make sure that we're back on track. That's the employee support.
This question for Adam. Since Kelly is basically not an employee per se, does it impact the fact that there is stuff for the MMA, her ability to take and spend this money as far as the budget goes?
Kelly is a part-time employee. I'm not sure. What do you mean she's not? She's a part-time employee.
I thought there was a contract in.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
I think consultant is probably the best, the best description of that. But Kelly, do you still plan on executing those lines that Will is talking about on the top part?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially the answer that Will's looking for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because some of those, if she's down in Florida, the travel is not going to be that amount of money.
Right. I do know that Kelly comes up. She's been up here a couple of times already. So if they coincide or otherwise, that's that's better for us. But
and that's part of my commitment to doing this process is I may have to do some out of pocket, to be able to do what I need to do to make the job successful.
Well, the reason I asked that is I if I were you, I'd rather be down in Florida than the MMA conference up here in the wintertime.
Well, this is true, but if that's what I had to do, that's what I had to do. I came there in early February, and I was there 3 days, and you had 2 snowstorms. So what can I say? That's just the facts of life.
Oh, that's why it snowed.
Yes, exactly. Just so you know. Yep.
Bob, I know you've got your hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, basically it's right along the same lines. I was just, wondering if she was going to continue these while they were, let's say, on, Zoom meetings, and then when they went in person, probably not, because I couldn't see traveling from Florida either. And thank you very much, Kelly, if I don't get the chance after.
You're welcome.
Okay, further questions, 5110. All right, Kelly, we can move on to 5200.
5200 is pretty self-explanatory. It's the VADAR, the audit costs, the OPEB, payroll. It's pretty much the same services that we had last year. Roselli and Clerk is still on contract, so that won't change. VADAR, we have been told there's no increase this year. So we're still on track for everything we need.
The Roselli contract, I think this is the last year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then,
Bev, did you have something?
Yeah, the payroll thing, that tax checks, paychecks, is that
yes.
is that time card thing?
Yes.
So that's costing us $9,450 a year.
A year, yes.
We used to have a person that did that. And doesn't someone still have to do work over
Yes,
and
but
above that?
Right, but we just process it. They do everything else. They do the filings with the government. They've included now new reporting that we have to do because we have 50 employees or greater, a report that has to be sent to the government every year. It is extremely time consuming. And so they also handle that for us. Plus, we're able to have a software that actually works to be able to track time off accruals. We're able to monitor people coming and going from work more efficiently. And it's worked out wonderfully. And with going bi-weekly and not having, they don't no longer get stubs. Everyone is online. So if you want to get your pay stub, you sign on and get that. Same with the W-2s. You know, the mailing expenses have all gone away.
Okay.
And that has caused, by going bi-weekly, that has caused us to take and end up saving some money. Is that right, Kelly?
Correct. That's cut our expenses in half.
Well, originally there was a problem, so we spent money to have this company do it, but we kept the person that couldn't do their job. That didn't make sense to me, but at least it's resolved itself apparently.
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Holly has her hand up.
Just a quick comment on the software. That software has made a huge difference, I believe, in helping the employees. They can log on and manage their own things. Like Kelly said, time saving with keeping track of employees. And I think it's helped on the workload on her office as well. So I think it's well worth the money.
Thank you, Holly.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Jeff.
a question concerning that report that Kelly noted. If it's late or there's an error on it, is that on the company or is that on the town?
It's on the company. They take care of that for us.
That's a good thing to be.
Yes.
The town will not be like, I would assume, and that, well, it's a bad thing to do, but if it is on the company, then they're the ones who are going to have to spend the time dealing with the government and stuff of why that report is late or errors in it, rather than it be on the town, which is,
Correct.
I believe, is a good thing.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is.
Okay, further discussion or questions on 5,200? All right, let's move on to 5,400.
Okay, this is just the supply account. And I just want to make note from the discussions that have been had with the other departments today. I know that it seems like we would be saving a ton of money for having a uniform office supply location. This has been discussed on multiple occasions with department heads. We've also looked at the fact of who is going to man that and be responsible for that. At this point, pretty much all of the town employees are spread extremely thin. And to have someone that's going to be in charge of, okay, these people took these pens, now we've got to make sure we have all of that. We really don't have somebody that has the time to put into that project. And for an example, like the highway department, if they need pins or they need something, they're in a different location. You know, they're going to have to drive across town to get supplies, or the senior center. For our size of a community, the small amount of savings that we are going to get is just not worth putting the employees through trying to uniform that. I mean, like I said, we've discussed this many times. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that it's not something we've just said, okay, we're not doing that. As department heads, we did sit down and discuss this at length. And, you know, it's just not a feasible thing for our town with the limited, you know, resources we have of employees.
I
People
think
go
Bev's
to
got
town
something
hall.
to say.
People go to town hall 2 or 3 times a week. It's something that we should have done a long time ago, because we can be buying stuff that somebody else has got a whole stack of. Maybe not
Okay.
now. If we ever get on our feet, that would be a good thing to do.
I agree with that. And I will say that once all of the town hall departments are put, that we've now been together, we don't order anything unless we go office to office and see if someone has a surplus of that. Like, for an example, when they finally were working through cleaning out the highway department, they had probably, I'm going to say, 2 cases of like 25 to 50 rolls of calculator tape. They're never going to use that. So they brought that to town hall where we use that and utilize that. So we have been very frugal in trying to make sure that we're ordering things that we actually need and to work with the other departments to make sure if they do have a surplus that we're using those, because we do have supplies from eons ago. I'm not sure who worked in development services, but that's a department that had tons of different supplies. But all of that has been spread out and used, and we're doing the very best we can to make sure that we're utilizing stuff before we spend it.
This would be a good project for the intern to take and do once that position's filled in the selectman's office.
Yeah, if we, the problem with the interns, and it's a great idea, Will, but you have to have a consistent person that's there. We've had a lot of interns that they come and go. They're there a few months and they're gone. And there still has to be an employee that then spends the time going through training them again of, what needs to be done. So it would be different if we had a consistent intern, but usually they're only there a few months and then they're gone. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, 5,400, 1099 envelopes. Anything else for Kelly on 5,400? All right, not hearing anything else. I want to check with Adam because I almost skipped over debt the last time. Kelly, you're all set?
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Oh, thank you very much. Let's move on to the assessor. I saw Luann, she's been hanging with us. That is page number 56. Oh, it's the next page. Good afternoon, Luann.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? I don't really have much to say ahead of time, so if you want to just jump into the budget, we can do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And that's page 59. Okay, 5,100.
Okay, personnel's pretty much straightforward. I'm still the full-time one. I have an assistant that works part-time. Fortunately, I've been lucky that Sue is able to start helping me go out and do some of my cyclical work because it's been tough with COVID and having my board go out. So she's picked up some extra time for that. So she did get compensated a little bit in her salary this year for doing cyclical work for me. Certification's still the same. Other than that, that's pretty straightforward on personnel.
Any questions on 5,100? Okay, 5,110.
Much like the other counterparts in my departments, I have my MA dues, which is my assessing association. This year, you're going to see a turnover in my salary account because I haven't been able to go to a lot of the conferences or educations because they're not offering too much for us. Fortunately, I've got all my credits for this year's recertification, so it should be all set with me. Notary supplies, I'm not renewing this year, my license, so I dropped that down to 0. And supplies, just in case anything breaks or I need new stamps, I've left that on. Other than that, that's pretty much been level funded for this year. Any questions?
All right, not seeing anything. Moving on to 5,200.
5,200. You will see an increase in this one this year, and that's only because I increased my software software that I have with Vision Government Solutions. Unfortunately, they weren't able to send me out any projections for next year increases, so I just put it up a little bit. But if it doesn't go up, it'll get turned right back over to the town. Mapping stayed the same. Record preservation is the same. Pretty much my legal ad, the only one in there is when we do our tax rate hearing. So that's pretty much going to stay the same also.
Wayne, I got a quick question.
Sure.
Frequently, I will go to ArcGIS, / Templeton. Is that reflected here?
It's part of my cartographics and mapping. It's all in that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's one of the most useful things that I have as a tool. If there's a question about something from the public, or something that conservation or planning board's talking about, I have to say this is very useful. Very useful.
Yeah, we stay real up to date with all of this. I work a lot with cartographics on keeping up with not only the online mapping system, but also the states, which is how the police get their grants and their things for that. So it's a good project. I like the company. We work very well together.
Yep.
Very good bang for the buck.
Thanks. And Bob, I did correct that other one. And thanks for pointing things out, because, the maps, they're always a work in progress. So I love to hear if something's wrong. By all means, I'm not offended by anybody lets me know.
It's great.
Thanks.
And I think you and I were talking earlier this year. I think you were going to update the zoning map this year
Yes.
or soon.
Yeah, Lori and I have been working on that. I do a lot with her for the zoning and stuff. So there have been a couple changes within like the last 4 or 5 years. So I'll try to connect in and we'll get that one updated also.
Fantastic. Any other questions? 5200?
Just thanks to Luann before she goes.
Thanks.
All right, 5400.
54, whoops. Office supplies. Again, I share a lot of stuff with the other offices, inspectional services. We go back and forth and share things. It's a standard figure I put in. Fortunately, Holly does all the ordering of our paper here, so I don't put in for that anymore. When she's gone with the new contracts for our equipment and getting cartridges and stuff, that's been a big savings for our office too. So $750 is just a standard amount that I've put in. I don't see anything going really high. I might need a new scanner this year, but that's about all I'm looking at, which will easily cover that.
Okay, and last item, 5700.
Just postage. A lot of stuff got mailed out this year, but that should cover me. We should be all set. And the Worcester Registry of Deeds is just a small dollar amount for any plans that are ever filed through anybody from going through the building department. Plans have to be filed. So when the registry sends all those plans back to me, they charge me $2 for each plan that gets filed with the town. So that's just a standard amount that I need. And that didn't change at all this year either.
Mike,
Oh, yep, go ahead, please.
I'd like to thank Luann. She is the one person that I know I can depend on if I need anything. She is wonderful. She helps the other girls in the other departments. And I know retirement is on the horizon. So if I could figure out a way to move the horizon, we'll all be all set. But she
At
was
39?
incredible.
Thanks, Bob. No, thank you, Bev. And I like to be the go-to person. I consider myself an archive, but there's a few other ones in the building too that are really good too.
It's
So,
still, I can always depend on you.
well, thank you.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thanks.
All right, folks, I think that's, Luann, I think that's it. Unless there are any questions on overall or 5700, I thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah.
Before she goes, Bear will see Luann for dinner later.
Thank you. Don't forget drive-through tonight, 4 to 6. Thanks, guys.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right, and last but not least, and under administration and finance, we've got Carol Harris with us, town clerk. Carol, how are you?
How are you?
Sorry, we're a little bit late. If you can have an opening statement, kind of a status, or we could jump right into your 5100. Town clerk starts at page 74.
Okay. Just quickly go over the accomplishments this year. We were able to purchase the new voting equipment, and we had it ready for the September and the November elections, and all the election workers were able to get trained. And we actually, even during COVID, got several people to volunteer to be election workers. So we're building up that staff, so that's good.
Great.
And now we can go on to 5100. So on this page, you'll see an increase, and that is for the election workers. The minimum wage increases every year. So that is why there's an addition with that. Also with my salary, that needs to be voted on at town meeting. So that is on this page also.
Okay, any questions? 5100. All right, seeing none. 5110.
Okay, and this is, there's no changes from last year. This is town clerk dues and conferences, just the regular fees.
And I know it might have come up under other department heads. When we do mileage, Adam, are we doing it on a state rate or a federal rate?
State rate.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? 5110. Kelly, I could, yep, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted you to note that of all of the towns in the local area and any town that anywhere else, they're all using the federal rate. So I don't know if that's something to look for, you know, in the next year, that might be something we would want to update.
Any discussion on that? Adam, get your pen ready for taking an action item or at least a watch list.
Mike?
Yep, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, if it's all interstate or intrastate travel and the state has a set rate, it should be the state rate. Not sure why a federal rate would come into play here.
Yeah, and I think the federal rate is exact opposite of that. I think it's actually 54 cents right now.
54.5.
Okay.
I'm not trying to cheat anybody, but if the state has a set rate, and this is technically state-sponsored events,
yeah,
then the state rate should be what we use.
Yeah, I've been an advocate of the state rate when we've talked about this in the past. I don't remember if it was an advisory committee discussion or a select board discussion, but I think the last time we had a collective discussion about it, I think we settled on the state rate. But it's certainly, you know, comparison community wise, that's why I say we should, you know, take a look at that. All right, 5110, anything else? All right, Carol, we are up to 52.
Okay, so these are the cost for the ballots, dog licenses, ads that we have to put in, and this page is also stay the same.
Just a question, as far as the dog licenses, are we able to take and end up getting compliance with that this last year?
I guess I'm not sure what your question was.
Well, since we have issues with the economy, that might be something people are going to take and end up not necessarily doing. And I'm just trying to take and end up saying that brings a lot more work to you to take and keep track of people that have not registered their dogs.
Yes, there was quite a few who did not license their dogs last year. We did waive the late fee, the $25 late fee for people so that they would continue to pay throughout the year. But come April, then we will, going forward as we have always done with the late fees. But we have been trying to help people out last year.
That's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Carol, that's still, it's still possible to do that online, correct?
Yes, yep, that's all online.
Any further questions, 5,200? All right, let's look at 5,400.
And this also, that stayed the same also. Postage didn't go up or anything, so everything's pretty much status quo.
Any questions? Yep, I think that's it. If no one had any other questions or comments for Carol, then we can conclude town clerk and administration and finance.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thanks, Carol.
Thanks, Carol.
All right, folks, it is 2:16. We're actually doing fine on time. We're schedule wise, we're about 30 minutes behind. We're going to move into community services, and on the list starting is library. And I see that we have Jackie Prime with us. Jackie, how are you?
Good, thanks. How's everybody?
Fantastic. Budget book, it is 152. Jackie, I don't know how long, if you've been watching earlier or how long, but basically the process, your presentation, you can have opening statement and then we'll jump right into the accounts.
Okay, I really don't need an opening statement. We can just go right in if that's okay.
Well, I'll give you an opening statement that we very much appreciate everything that you've done within the last year, whether it's reading to kids online on TCTV or helping us with the transition of the food pantry. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Here, here.
Yes, sir. Good job, my dear.
Thanks. So the library staffing has remained the same. It's myself, 2 library assistants, similar to Carol's staff. We do have a split year because of the minimum wage increase. So that's what you see there.
Any questions? 5,100. All right, let's move on to 5,110.
The only membership that I subscribe to is the Mass Library Association, and that gets me the school library journal, CW Mars, and our membership there really that affords us a lot of online training and in-person training prior to COVID. So for now, this is an adequate membership for support.
Any questions? 5,110, probably not. 5,200.
And there's our CW Mars membership, which is just, it's worth its weight. Believe me, we get so much out of that. And the PO box.
I can testify to that because back in the day when we first moved in and didn't have it, we couldn't use the Gardner Library. You couldn't access, now you can go statewide.
Right. Its certification is huge. That's a big thing.
Jackie, what's the PO box? That's not the same as the towns. What is that used for?
That's library mail. There is no mail delivery on Baldwinville Road, on Boynton Road, where we're located. So we're forced to have a PO box for our mail.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any hands up. Let's move to our next 5,400.
This is, the bulk of this is our materials, which is one of those requirements for certification. 19% of our total appropriation has to be spent on materials. And recently, the Board of Library Commissioners has factored a small percentage in there for hardware like computers or scanners, that sort of thing. So that's been somewhat helpful. This is one of the requirements that the board has eased the restriction on due to COVID. And you might see that reflected in our year-to-date materials expenditure, which is probably significantly less than in a typical year. And that's just really been kind of a judgment call on our part as far as where our physical materials usage is down. It's definitely decreased. E-materials usage and circulation is up, but so we're kind of torn. Do we buy up every bestseller that we would typically buy, even though by the time the library is reopened, people probably won't be looking for those books. They'll be looking for the books that are bestsellers at that point. So it's been a little tricky line to walk as far as how much we spend to reasonably build the collection during the months that we've been closed.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks for that. Any questions for Jackie on 5400? I think that was your last.
Yes.
Yep. And I think just as like a side question while we have you, I think the final payment or the final inspection for your library roof is either done or being completed. So that's almost complete.
Yeah, and it looks fabulous. The porch looks amazing. Bob and I are working on getting some bids for the trim painting. I think he's got a few bricks that need to be repointed, but it's all coming together. Looks great. Thanks to the Nordforce gift for that. That was funded through them.
Okay, anything else for Jackie? All right, thanks, Jackie. We're going to move on to Veterans Services, which is.
Thank you, Jackie. Oops, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry, Mike. I just want to say thank you to Jackie. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Veterans Services. Sheila, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks. How are you?
Excellent. All right, you got your joint session here. If you hadn't seen before, you can have you have an opening statement, and then we'll just jump right into your accounts.
Okay, just my opening statement is what you're reading there is a lot of things were impacted this year with COVID-19. So a lot of my goals and accomplishments were impacted by that, but we continue to move forward and make contacts to be able to jump on the boat when we're able to start having public meetings.
Yeah, and I'd just like to thank you and your husband for and all the other volunteers that I just spoke about the food pantry from Jackie's perspective, but you and your team in the American Legion, what an incredible resource you were for area veterans in your food drive. So I very much appreciate that. I know it wasn't 100% in scope for what you do for the town per se in your VSO position, but huge impact to the community. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and just about that, everything is donated that we hand out. Everything has been donated through local charities, local organizations. We've made great strides. We have a little food pantry for anybody who's a veteran. And we've handed out about 1,400 boxes, which each box has between 12 and 14 meals for 2 people. So that's quite a lot, but it's been great.
I agree. Thank you, Sheila. All right, I've got your 5,100 up on the screen.
Okay, yeah, nothing's changed there. Just the raise is what we got this year.
Okay, I'm going to move to, if anyone needs to stop me or go back, I will. We're up to 5110.
So those cover my membership fees with the Worcester County Veterans Service Officers, the Massachusetts County Veterans Service Officers, and then the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers. And those all help move things forward for veterans, as well as gives me help when I need it when filing for veterans claims. And then the conferences, there's 2 conferences a year. So I'm expecting to go to both conferences.
Okay, any questions? 5110. Oh, Bev, go ahead. Yep.
You have $1,000 for meals?
Sorry, I'm trying to read that. It should be the whole conference. Does it say meals? Oh, wow. Yes, thanks, Mike. I'm reading this on my phone. So it's 2 conferences, and normally what happens is one of them is in Boston and another one is down on the Cape, and the meals are covered as part of the price of the trip down there. So each conference is about $1,000, but in it I get a lot of new training, a lot of resources. One's, I believe, 4 days, and the other one is 3.5.
Well, because it's not for meals, it's for your conference.
It's the conference and the meals that go with it. So normally you have a choice depending on whether you're staying at the conferences or not. And since they used to have them in Leominster, so you wouldn't, the only meals that I would get were lunch if I got that. And now they're in Boston and the Cape, so it makes it a little more difficult that I can't just drive home.
I know. All right, well, whatever.
Sheila, this is part of our operating budget. Is it part of the 115 reimbursement as well?
No.
Okay, sorry. Bad question then.
No, that's okay. It is in support of those. So this is where I get all the training for everything that's changed with Chapter 115, all the new veteran resources that are out there, the laws and regulations that are going through in the state. So, and the $1,000, it may be less. It all depends on where they schedule, how many people show up, and what the price of the food is that they've been able to negotiate.
You know what you should have done, which made it look strange, is you should have said conference/meals. Because it sounds like you're spending $1,000 on meals. But when you really, what you're talking about is a conference. I understand now. It was just looking really weird.
Right. I think it's always been broken out that way. So I just continue to do it. So
it's kind of
I
odd.
can combine them if you want.
Tony, go ahead.
Just the way it was presented was weird.
Yeah, I think, Sheila, this is Tony DeJoy. I just think what you should do is just list it as conference X and conference B, or A and B, not X, whatever. And this way, just leave meals and hotel off it, and just explain each year that it's just part of the entire conference. That's covers soup to nuts of the conference, and I think you'll be okay. And just instead of quantity of 2, just do one conference in Boston, one conference Cape Cod, and what they're called. Then I think it'll clear up any confusion.
People won't think you're drinking champagne and eating caviar.
If you knew me, you knew caviar is not on my list of things to eat, but okay. I get you. We can combine those.
Okay, anything else? 5110. All right, moving on to 5200.
VetraSpec is the program that I have to allow me to put in VA claims. So that's just the annual renewal.
Yeah, 5400.
These are office supplies and postage. I So I heard the conversation earlier about office supplies and how we're using a general area. I send out postcards, and I also end up sending out some other things. But in the last few years, I've been buying things to make the job easier as a veteran service officer, to be able to go out to homes of veterans who can't get to the office. So for instance, this year I just purchased a scanner, which was just over $100, and a case to protect it, which makes me totally portable now, as long as I have internet. So I also make certificates, and normally on Memorial Day and Veterans Day, there's a high school senior or junior that normally does a speech for us. And I give them a packet of things to help them with a letter of recommendation for college and a certificate and some other things. So I do things throughout the year to help to thank people that have helped me out. So I can't say I can spend all $750, but I do know that I have some things that are going out postage wise. I went to postage cards because they're cheaper. So.
Okay, further questions, 5,400. All right, hearing nothing else. I think that's it, Sheila. Did you have anything else?
The next, I think there's one more.
Oh, you're right. It's now interesting. Oh no, it is in the book. I do see it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That is the chapter 115 right there.
Okay, copy that. And I do see probably the point so there's a lump sum disallow of 22.5.
Right.
How will that affect? Are you going to have to come back at some point and request more?
There is a possibility that I have to, based off of the conversation I had with Adam. We agreed that 82.5 was a reasonable amount. Because of the way that chapter 115 works, I cannot tell you how many people will be on it and when they'll join or when they'll drop off. So the average, just let me tell you, the average since 2012 has been 75,000. Of course, it seems like each year it goes up a little bit more, but I think we can work with 82.5, and then we may have to come back for additional money in May and June, depending on what our chapter 15 recipients look like.
Okay. Yeah, and page 142 and 143 of the budget book have those projections and what she has spent in the past. Bev, you have your hand up.
I want to, this is just on the side a little bit. When I was a kid, my father was very sick. He was in the Navy. He was in World War II, and he came home and he had a half of each lung out. And we didn't have any money because he couldn't work after he got an operation. And Mr. Hayes was our veterans agent. And my father had to swallow his pride and go to him to ask for help. And do you know that Mr. Hayes told him no? To this day, I don't know how he ever managed. It wasn't until Charlie Grout came to Washington and after the Vietnam War that the veterans started to get treated good. And I think, Sheila, you've done a very, very, very good job. And I appreciate it. And I appreciate it for all the guys that were neglected for years, because it makes a huge difference in our community. They don't have to hide in the woods anymore. And they did for a long time. So you're doing a good job, girl.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Bev. It's Terry. Thank you, Bev.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, go ahead, Will.
I'd like to publicly thank the VSO. She helped me get some paperwork that the previous two VSOs did not even end up helping me out at all. And I mean, we have a good VSO, and as you stated earlier, she's done a lot for the veterans in this community, and I'm very much appreciated of the help she gave me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Okay, wrap up on 5,700 in veteran services.
If I could jump in.
Adam?
Yeah, when Sheila and I, we had our budget review, we were talking and everything, and for the last couple fiscal years, it was at 80,000. So I did my best to work with her, and that's where we came up with the 82,500. But we really talked about it, went back and forth, and we both agreed it needed an increase. So that's where you see that incremental one in my administrator recommended column.
Is this 5,700 account eligible to make requests to the advisory committee for emergency? Oh, yep. Terry, looks like Terry wanted to ask the same question.
I did.
Is this an eligible account to do that?
Well, if it's unanticipated and not budgeted, then if she's going to go above and beyond what's in the budget, I would think so.
Right. The way that she was describing, averages and otherwise, and sometimes she might not know until she has people sitting in front of her and she goes through her review. I just wanted to be able to kind of give the left and right limits for what Sheila's expectation are. I mean, I get what Adam just said. Everyone, we're trying to balance a budget, and he comes back and based on the data that he has, between he and Sheila, she looks at an upper envelope of 105. They settle on 82. However, if it does go to 90 or 105, I just want the tools to be known now how we could cover that. Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sheila and Mr. Chair. Didn't she have an unexpected funeral expense this year? Were there extra funeral expenses this year, unanticipated?
Yeah, we had a transfer. I think it was either annual or fall town meeting based on that. But there was a warrant article for it where we had to do a transfer.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions about Chapter 115 to 5,700 account?
Rather than that transfer, Mr. Chairman, we could have ended up getting that request, and I had spoken to the administrator at that time.
Yeah, I think that's another reason why to bring it up now, to basically say we understand the 82.5, but the flexibility wise, we got to keep that
the transfer was done at a year-end transfer.
Yeah. All right. Any further discussion? All right, Sheila, thank you very much for your presentation today. And thanks as always for your service to the country and to our veterans.
All right. Thank you. You as well. And thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is senior services, and that is page 144 in your budget books. And it looks like Jackie's back with us to brief senior services.
Yep. Hi again. Just as a summary, I wanted to just point out that this budget reflects some pretty drastic restructuring at the senior center over the last few years. And also something to be mindful of as we look through it is the U.S. Census reports, the last one, that there's just over 17% of Templeton residents who are age 65 and over. And there's in Phillipston, which is a town that is also allowed to utilize our senior center, their percentage of residents 65 and over is just over 7%. So there's a significant number of residents in both towns that utilize this center that are being served there. So I just wanted to mention that to bear in mind as we go along. So.
Yep. It looks like you already have a question, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie. This is Tony.
Hi.
I didn't know that Phillipston residents were allowed to use our senior center, which is fine. Do they contribute anything to the budget?
No, that is something that I highlighted in my goals for fiscal year 22, that it really is something we should look at, because they don't contribute anything. Back when the center at Senior Drive was constructed, there was just this, sort of our doors are open to you type of thing, which is lovely, but I think it's something worth looking at.
Make a one-time 10-year deal for them to put a new roof on the place. Okay, thank you, Jackie. Yeah. So, Mike, I think for the Board of Selectmen, that's something that you guys need to pursue. I think it's very important that we take care of our senior citizens. However, that's for the town of Templeton. And if we're going to do a community reaching out to another town, which I'm all for, they just have to pay their fair share.
Bev, you wanted to add on to that?
There was no vote. That was one of these kind of slippery things that slid through. I agree with Tony 100%.
Adam, can you put that
It
on?
isn't like we're so wealthy that we can carry everybody, because we can't. So that should be on the top of your to-do list, is have a discussion with them. And
I don't know how you can look at our budget and think we're wealthy.
no, I know, but
I know. That's just agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, I don't even know how that happened. It wasn't like a legal vote. It wasn't anything. It just was kind of like, oh, well, here they come. I think it was the idea to get enough people there so you could justify having the place, pretty much.
Jackie, do you know about how many Phillipston residents come?
So in the months prior to COVID, they do keep those statistics because they have the senior center software. People kind of scan in and out.
Okay.
And it looked, I think there was 8 unduplicated Phillipston residents, meaning 8 separate people that scanned in and out multiple times in the months that we were open.
Okay.
So
I'm not, and I'm not saying they should pay for half of it or anything like that, but if they would like it open to their citizens because they don't have one, they should kick in a little for
it. Kelly and then Terry. Oh, Kelly, you're good?
Yeah, he asked the question. I wanted to know how many Phillipston residents used it. So we're good.
Okay. Terry?
So I know Phillipston has their own transportation, but does that also let them access the senior center transportation too?
no, they don't utilize MART.
Okay.
It's in a different county, so they don't have access to that.
Okay. Is there any chance, and people might not like this, but just off the top of my head, any chance we could regionalize with them? I know some people would like to regionalize, and would that include disabled people if we did regionalize?
I mean, I think it's worth looking into. It would be a process, but I know I have a couple of friends in Phillipston, and there has been kind of an ongoing struggle there with the transportation for, as you say, seniors and disabled. I believe their Franklin County transportation service that is sort of the equivalent of our MART. They don't pick people up at the door. They only pick up like at the King Philip and maybe at the center of town. I think like 2 centralized locations, which isn't ideal. It's not ideal.
Phillipston's part of Franklin County?
It is.
That's weird because I thought Franklin County ended at Orange because Athol's part of Worcester.
I'm 95% sure Phillipston is in Franklin County.
That's weird.
Yeah.
You have this mutual friends,
Debbie, go ahead.
Hi, yep, no, I'm just wondering, so there's 8 Phillipston residents. How many Templeton residents are using the senior center total?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that. I can get it and pop on your next meeting, but obviously significantly more. And it's hard to just look at the number of unduplicated residents who maybe have scanned in and out multiple times. And I can speak more about this when we look at the this personnel page, because it's, you know, they may not just be coming to an activity. Like, for instance, Cindy Shea often assists seniors with applications for fuel assistance and SNAP benefits. And some of those applications, particularly the fuel assistance one, is pretty involved. And she can spend up to 3 hours with someone, with one person working on those applications. And she did that in recent months with a Phillipston resident. So it's hard to really estimate how much time. And for someone who's only budgeted for 19 and a half hours a week, 3 hours is a big chunk. So it might be tricky to try to estimate exactly the amount of time and staff, you know, efforts, but I think it's worth looking at, honestly.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much.
I can say from Templeton Emergency Management, one of our first priorities as a community was to protect vulnerable communities, meaning senior citizens. So a part of that process, emergency management and senior services worked together to come up with whether it was a call list, a mailing list, or just an identification list. It was several hundred. I know that the list to start was fragmented, and that was one of the great things that we did during COVID was to tighten up that as a project. So Deb, it was definitely a couple hundred on there. And some of the statistics that went along with that Rich Curtis and the team that they assembled to do those telephone calls really kind of showed the statistics that we're talking about. I do want to, I have a question for the group, not so much Jackie, but I know in town we have a 501c3 group called the Friends of Templeton Elders. Does anyone know if there exists a similar organization in Phillipston?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I do not know if they have a Friends of Phillipston Elders, but I believe that Phillipston has a Council on the Aging set up.
Okay.
They do have something set up where they are eligible for the senior grant from the state, which, and you know, before we have another civil war with Phillipston, I think maybe we should put this to reach out to them to double check on this and their grant, and before, you know, they go build a whole senior center and everything, go through all of that. If the grant could be used to help, it just, you know, cover the expenses of any Phillipston seniors that come to the Templeton Senior Center for use. And if I may just touch back, I think they started coming, Phillipston residents started coming to the senior center because when it first got built, the Meals on the Wheels thing wasn't all local. It was the meals themselves and stuff was coming from another town. And seniors travel from like senior center to senior center for different events. Like, you know, I don't know, they play poker this day, they do this over there. And that was part of the reasoning, or some of the talk involved in the Phillipston residents coming over to the senior center was, you know, seniors go to all the different senior centers and do different things. And, you know, while they're there, they have a cup of coffee, this or that, or they talk to somebody to get some information. But back to Jackie's point is, especially if they have access to the senior grant from the state, then perhaps we should, you know, work something out where part of that grant would be somehow transferred over to Templeton to cover some of the cost whether they come for, shine information or transportation or any kind of assistance. We really can't fairly tell Templeton taxpayers, hey, you're going to support this group from another community without any financial support. So I would Adam put this on his list of things to do to bring up check on.
Okay. All right, Jackie, we'll go into your account sheets starting with 5100.
Okay, so again, this in prior years there was 100, just under 100 regular staff hours per week, and this budget reflects 3 part-time people, so it's about 60 hours per week, pretty much doing the same work, trying to serve the same amount of people. And keep in mind that some of those hours are reimbursed through MART. There's a certain percentage of the service coordinator and the admin assistant and the drivers who we submit, for reimbursement every month for MART. So that's a big help. Cindy's floating hours right there, that is for situations where these, outreach or case management issues crop up and she needs to put in a little over the 19.5 hours on a week or 2 here and there. So that's salaries.
Yeah, and on the float, I see that, oh, never mind. It shook out in the end. Okay. Any questions, 5100? All right, moving on to 5110.
The Verizon cell phones are reimbursed through MART, and then the COA membership, they didn't hold their conference last year. We're hoping they do this year. The license to show movies and the membership dues. That's pretty standard from last year.
Okay. Moving on to 5200.
We were able to renegotiate the My Senior Center software down from 1,400 to 1,000. And then we've got some program instructors and miscellaneous activities. Cindy is really working on with the COA board and members to develop a really robust volunteer program so that some activities or projects can be handled by some volunteers when that's appropriate. She's also been in touch with the BU School of Social Work, their graduate school, to inquire about bringing on an intern for a semester to help with outreach and case management. So that's great too. So she's trying to really think out of the box and become more inventive with the lack of staff hours from previous years.
Questions on yoga? I mean, 5200. I'm kidding.
Downward facing dog.
Jackie, I don't know if I missed it, but the yoga instructor, is that like a per hour or is that like a contract? How does that?
She was coming very regularly prior to COVID, and it was a per class.
Per class, okay. Yeah. All right, moving on to 5400.
Most of these items are reimbursed either through the formula grant or through the MART grant. And again, hopefully we're able to reopen and have some programs and so.
Okay. Questions, 5400. All right, and 5700.
This is something that we should probably look at for next year because it wasn't recommended, obviously, by Adam. And I understand that, but I think going forward, if we're staffing the center at the level that this budget reflects, we're going to be relying heavily on volunteers to keep things interesting and going. So I think it's worth thinking about next year, how to recognize those people.
Was it funded this year?
No,
Adam,
I continued the tradition.
I don't know. We're talking $400.
Anybody up for Citizen of the Year in that group?
You know, if Jackie wants $400, I mean, and we're in a budget workshop right now. I certainly see the value of doing that, and I don't think I'm upsetting an apple cart by saying, if enough people in this meeting agreed with it, to override the administrator's
Absolutely.
lump sum override.
Sorry, Adam, but
it can be reimbursed through the formula grant, so it's really not a hit to, the general fund.
well, then that's a no-brainer.
You decide that.
Plus you do give bonuses to other members in town, so I don't know that this group should be excluded from that, or appreciation.
Adam, as an action item, I would strongly recommend that you add back the $400 volunteer appreciation. I don't know if you need a motion, a consensus, or otherwise. I do see Kelly had her hand up. Bev, I don't know if you were out of the room, but I was just talking about adding, if you see the lump sum disallow for the volunteer appreciation, I was recommending that Adam add it back, because if it's going to come out of a grant or otherwise, I don't know the full story on it, but if we could add it back so it becomes part of the budget, I'd feel better about it. Go ahead, Kelly.
I just wanted to make note that in this grant, the formula grant, there is money left over every single year that's not utilized. And, this is something that can be used with those grant funds. So even them taking that $400 out of the grant it's not like the grant is going to be gone. I mean, I think this is very appropriate that it would be a use from that grant. That's the reason the senior centers get this type of a grant, is to do things like this. So that's just my own personal, from what I've seen over the years with that formula grant.
So with that, if the board wants to have consensus, I could just add this back in. I mean, this is one of those things where Jackie and I were talking, and that was what I believe, but hearing that.
Yeah, it's not a bad on you, Adam, at all. You're again, as the CFO, you're doing what you need to. We're just making a recommendation based on the value of it. Terry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, this might not be get answered right now. It's just something off the top of my head, but Brian Tangway approached me about the Boston Post Kane Award for the oldest citizen in Templeton, trying to coordinate it with the senior center. I'm not sure they come through the selectman office for help, but I don't know if there's a ceremony that needs a little money on that and where that money would come from. So they're up for the Boston Post Kane Award this year because the current recipient passed away. She was 104. And there's one that we're thinking of for whose birthday she'll be 100 in May, and I just don't know. Again, has anybody heard of it before? And I'm not sure where.
The Boston Post Kane?
Yeah, I've read about it. I know the history of it. I just don't know how Templeton handles it. If there's
they usually go to the house, because if you're almost 100 years, if you're elderly, most of the time they can't get around, and they usually have their picture taken and put in the paper. That's how they usually always did it.
Amy's trying to break in. She may have an answer. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, I work with Brian at the Historical Society. So Beverly is right on. They go to the house. Whoever wants to go, there's usually like a couple people from the Historical Society. The Boston Post Cane is a physical item that's engraved, and it says you're the oldest person in town. They're presented with it. Their name is inscribed on a plaque that goes with the cane. canes on display at the historical building. There's a little write-up in the newspaper, usually some old pictures, yada, yada, yada. If they're able to get out, then we do a ceremony at the house, at the historical house as well, whatever works for them. Last time, I think the person had people come to them and they were like outside. I feel like there were garden pictures or something. But usually this is extremely low budget. Like the newspaper comes, I'm sure TCTV will be invited to be there. So I will double check with Brian, but I'm pretty sure it's an extremely low budget thing that happens.
And so would it come out of Historical Society? I forgot to ask him. He asked me to help with it and I forgot to ask him. So
Yeah, I think generally we have funds for that and we're not affiliated with the town in that way because we're a separate organization. In general, all of our funding from the town comes through the CPC. So I'm pretty sure, I'm almost 100% sure that we take care of whatever costs happen through the Historical Society.
We don't use money from the town for that.
No, there's no, I don't even think it comes out of like this volunteer. It's nothing like that.
Oh.
It's completely separate. So Terry, I'll check with Brian and I'll have him let you know.
I know that Grozier, I think his name was, that founded this whole thing, gave the canes to the select board of 700 towns, not cities. And that's how the select board got involved. I just don't know going forward what our role is or if we need to redefine our role. But I did help him and I'm just wondering going forward if we need to redefine our role. And what, if there's anything further I can do, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, I see your hand.
I'll let him know.
Go ahead, Bev.
I think your role is to help him out, and that's about it. And I think it's a really nice thing that you did to help him. You needed somebody, and you're good at that.
I was actually very honored to help because it's
very
for
nice.
seniors, and we value our seniors.
That's right.
And you paved the way with your monument to Gladys, so we appreciate you.
So does Adam, by show of hands or eye or anything, does Adam have a consensus to add back in the $400?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Adam, I saw a bunch of hands and eyes. Okay. All right, Jackie. Jackie, I think the 5,700 was your last slide.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Jeff.
Just for a quick note,
Yep.
I looked in the municipal directory and Phillipston is located in Worcester County.
Okay.
But I believe it's marked that does not go that far west. That's why Phillipston gets involved and included in the Franklin County transportation thing. It's kind of like Highway District 3 is headquartered in Worcester, Mass, but Templeton is in District 2, which is out in Western Mass.
So, but Jeff, Mark goes to Athol Hospital, and Franklin Regional Transportation Authority goes to Athol Hospital. That's sort of the meeting place for the two.
Well, but I mean, that's how I think Phillipston gets, and I'm just doing this off of memory. But I think that's how it came about that they get Franklin, because there was a discussion or write-up about this. I want to say, I think in the Athol Daily News or somewhere that I remember seeing it in my travels. But again, that would deserve probably a call from Adam to Kevin to get the details and the factual information on that, so we could discuss that further down the road. But Phillipston is listed in the municipal directory as Worcester County. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Go ahead. Terry. Yeah, I see.
Is my private entity, or would this come down from the state level?
That I don't know. I historically just know that Mart has not serviced Phillipston residents for transportation.
Thanks.
All right, Jackie, thank you very much. Appreciate everything that you do. And thanks for your presentation today. Thanks to your staff as well.
I believe Jackie's here for the next one as well, Mr. Chair.
Unfortunately, yeah, Scott had a prior commitment, and we were going to squeeze him in at 1:15, but he wasn't able to stay on. So
all right.
I don't know. If you want to just go through the rec budget, I can try to answer any questions, or
That's fine. We're on the 5100 sheet, and that is page 159. I will say, Jackie, before you go into the 5100, when Adam had that study with Western New England, Adam, that was Western New England College?
Westfield State.
Westfield State. Sorry about that. As far as service goes, this is a big thing for the community. So these, again, we talked about how much Rich Curtis does with a low budget, but you know, pretty substantial service. So going into this, I definitely acknowledge the low amounts of money, but what it does for the community. Go ahead.
Okay. I have to admit, I'm not really sure why. There's Adam, you can probably help. The swim director and the swim assistants don't have any money recommended. Is that because we were planning on fees from the summer program to supplement those?
As far as I know, that with the program, I mean, they're just their request was with the zeros in there specifically. So
yeah, so I'm not sure what Scott's thinking was there. I know that there is some money in the community services revolving account, not enough to fund. I don't believe there's enough to fund those positions. But again, he was, for his proposed summer program, he was going to be charging some fees. And I think that may have been what he would draw these other salaries from.
Jackie, I got two hands up. Kelly and then Terry.
Yes, I had talked with Scott back in the fall, and we were talking about budgets going forward. And his thoughts were through the swimming program that with what they charge, the fees for the swimming program, that he would be able to pay those people from those fees. So I do believe that was his intent.
We're not charging for swimming though, are we, Terry?
Not be.
No, we don't charge for swimming. No, but and the other thing is, I had quietly told him in the fall before COVID that I was not going to continue with the program. So that salary for the swimming director is definitely going to go down, but it's also going to be offset by training a new swimming director, which, you know, it's about time because the Red Cross changes their program every 5 years, you know, and I didn't ask him to send me back to school, but it's very crucial that we keep the program, number one, because it's not just how to swim, it's water safety. What do you do if you fall through the ice? What do you do in a flood? In your house, in your yard, what do you do with water around? I mean, there are 13 lessons, and I'm sure that the Red Cross has upgraded their program. You know, think so you don't sink, learn about boating. I had 13 posters and I tried to squeeze them in as much as possible, you know, before we entered the water or on rainy days. How to buy a life jacket, what type of life jackets for what water. I mean, it's very crucial where we live in Templeton and kids are around water all the time that they get some skills. And I know Joy that did the program had people come back to her and thank her that went into the military that had to jump off 30 foot high with a rucksack on into a pool. And they came back to her and said, if you didn't teach me how to swim and what to do, you know, and not to panic, that was attributed to their success. So again, it's a valuable program. Yep, I'm done.
Bev.
I belong to the Templeton Fish and Gun Club. I'm a life member. And my daughter learned how to swim. And the club has never charged for the pond. And I would really appreciate it if the kids could learn to swim without having to pay, because I don't want any kid to not be able to learn because they don't have money. Especially we're in this pandemic time where I'm not sure how well off some of the people in this town are. You know, the people that work, the younger people that can work remotely and have really good jobs are doing okay. But there is a whole group that I think is struggling. You know, when I was in high school, I think I was in like junior high, just going into high school, we had a group of kids from Templeton that drowned. My brother-in-law, Roland, his brother, and another guy drowned. They went out in a boat at night and it tipped over, and Roland's brother made it to shore, but he went back to get the other boy, and the kid panicked and drowned him. You know, we have kids drowned in the Fish and Gun Club pond. So I don't care how we do it. I want to make sure that our kids can go and learn how to swim. What Terry says is true. My kid can float. I don't care how long she's in the water, she can always float. She was skinny and she used to get really cold. I don't think she made it through all the lessons, but she learned how to swim. And I don't care how we do it. I want our kids to be able to swim, and I don't want them to have to pay for it.
Terry?
As a courtesy, we also took campers' children.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now, there were parents who brought their kids because they, like from out of town, they were from Connecticut, but they owned camps on the pond. They didn't know how to swim. And they asked for help. I gave them, courtesy of the town. We printed Holly's was instrumental of helping, but we printed off, there was the Red Cross gives you CDs of the program that you can print out handouts, you know, how to build a safety pole, you know, what to do, you know, safety in diving, you know, I can't go into detail about every aspect. It's overwhelming, but it
For
was
Terry and Bev, if I can make a recommendation, because I definitely understand what you're saying. As an action item for Adam, you know, I look at, I'm seeing the zeros there. The action item would be this joint board intends to fully fund the swimming program, whether it was an oversight or otherwise. You know, again, it's unfortunate that Scott's not here to answer that question, or Jackie, if you want to go back and figure out if there was another source of funding, or if there was an oversight or something. But the action item is that both the advisory committee and the select board wish to fully fund the swimming program. Did I say it correctly, Terry and Bev?
Yeah, and do it before Joy Tainter finds out, because all heck is gonna break loose.
So what I'm hearing, what I'm hearing is there's consensus to add funding for the swimming director, the two swimming assistants.
I don't think you have consensus yet, but from the impassioned request from Terry on the select board and from Beverly on the advisory committee, you know, as I even started before Jackie spoke, these are low-cost programs that provide excellent resources for the community. So, you know, if we need consensus or otherwise, or it just needs to be an action item to figure out what happened, you know, why are those zeros, and will the effect be no swimming program? If the answer is funding alone, then I'd like to be able to have both the committee and the board say that if we do find out that it's just due to lack of funding, we would like to find the opportunity to fully fund those line items. Over.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Absolutely.
There was a couple of years back where the Recreation Committee received a large amount of money from a private source outside. I don't know. Maybe he is intending to use that. That's just information for Adam to ask that question of Scott if there's any extra money left over, or how he planned to fund that.
Okay. I think Adam gets the gist of that. YouTube comment. I'm not sure the picture. I can't see the picture, so I don't know if it's the same Holly Young as our Holly Young, but it says Terry does an excellent job with swimming. It's an essential service for the kids in town! Exclamation point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Jeff.
I am 100% confident there is $2,000 to be had out of the insurance and benefit fund to fund those two positions. I am 100% on that.
Thanks.
I agree.
Yep. Okay, 5100. Anything else, Jackie, about the 5100 account?
No.
Okay. All right, 5110.
Pretty self-explanatory, membership and workshops.
Okay, the recommendation from the town administrator is 0.
Yeah, I did talk with Scott on this one. I guess they never really used this, and he said I could cut it. So that's why you see it cut.
Okay. 5200.
This is the Cultural Council request is in this page. That is pretty standard year to year. It really doesn't change a whole lot. And also the Comcast internet service at Gilman Waite is new. That's something Scott felt with all the programs that he's planning over there, it would be great to have Wi-Fi. He got a 3-year contract commitment from Comcast for that amount. So
what Bob, I see that you got your hand up. Do you have a question about 5110?
Yeah.
Okay.
The internet service was my concern. I think it needs to go. There's a lot of places in town that don't have internet. There's a lot of people in town that don't have internet. But there's also a lot of people in town, and the people that would be at Gilman Waite using their phones bring their own internet. And I've been out to Gilman Waite twice this winter, and there's nobody out there. This is a 12-month contract.
Yeah.
So for 4 or 5 months of the year, we're paying $125 so that the penguins can surf the web. I'm just against it. I know, Jackie, this isn't your budget. I appreciate that. I'm just saying that I think this should be removed. And that's what I have.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Mr. May's comment. With today's day and age cell phone, unless Scott can come on at another time and explain what the need for this is that $1,500 a year, Jackie?
It's $130 a month.
So yeah, that's a year. So $130, that just seems like a lot. But I just don't see the need for it.
Okay, Adam, I don't know if you can help me here. I know, and I don't believe it's in his budget request, but he was talking about the security camera up there.
He was talking about the cameras, but I believe he also wanted to have it connected to a blue box for safety, other ideas he was bringing up, and to have folks where they didn't have internet service up there, where there'd be a Wi-Fi connection for them as well.
Okay. All right, so here's one of
I
the
mean, that's
things,
just justification.
so here's one of the things. You have a lot of houses right in that area. And if they could tap into that Wi-Fi, they're basically the town's providing them Wi-Fi for free. And that's not what town money should be used for. I'm not saying anybody that all the houses up there, maybe they all have Wi-Fi, but if you put a Wi-Fi hub up there and it's strong enough, then some of those houses around the area can get rid of the Wi-Fi they have and just get free Wi-Fi from the town.
And now with the cap on gigabytes, people will be looking for it.
Yep.
Terry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, any chance that's there to record games or have live play? You know, I know some of the Gansett basketball games have
That
been.
would be a school budget item then.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
well, I'm saying Gansett, but don't they have are those just, they don't have soccer tournaments and stuff up there? I'm just trying to think for Scott. I'm not sure. You know.
No, I mean, I think Scott, if Scott has a better answer, he can respond to everybody in an email or something, but.
Okay, discussion wise, if, go ahead.
I was just going to say quickly, if it's for security cameras, I think we're already getting robbed a couple $1,000s a year. What else are we going to lose from there?
All right, I've got some hands up here, Tim and then Kelly.
Just a quick comment. While I understand the want and the potential for the need, does Scott really have the authority to be negotiating a contract with Comcast? And I don't believe the answer is yes.
Well, he wouldn't be able to do anything without the funding, but that would have to come through us. Yes.
Yeah, I guess the ask should have been to us in the first place before he went out and started seeking input.
All right, Kelly is next.
My only comment is I know that they are planning to have the concession stand running, and they're planning to use a cash register service. I don't know if they're planning to do, you know, like you go to a business now and you have the iPad there where you can take credit cards. I don't know if that's their intent. You know, they would have to have internet service for that to be able to do that service. So that's the only thing I can think of that you might have to have it for, and that could have been his thought, but that's just a thought process because we've had extensive, you know, conversations about how that process is going to work financially for the town with petty cash and that sort of thing.
Understood, Kelly. Bev, you're next.
Well, we use credit cards at flea markets when Bart and I set up, and you can have a thing that you put on your phone to run credit cards. You don't need to have internet service. But I have a problem with things being done that should be done by elected officials. I think there's a whole big gray area around this whole Gilman Waite deal that needs to get resolved because the money's hopping down the trail and somebody should have stopped him at the beginning. So like dealing with Comcast and doing all these things that you need to really figure out who's in charge, who belongs, who this Gilman Way area is for. This little blending of the town and the schools is troublesome to me. And you can ignore it, but it'll turn around and bite you just like all the other problems we have. So that's something to think about, okay?
All right, thanks, Bev. Tony?
Yeah, I think before we go and indict Scott for making an agreement.
I'm not indicting him. I'm just saying
no,
that.
okay, let me finish. Bev, let me finish. I'm just saying that we should find out a little bit more what his thought process is. Did he just talk with Comcast and they said, this is the kind of deal, but he may have said, hey, that's pending town approval, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it just seems like we need, unfortunately, I guess Scott couldn't make it and defend himself. So I think it's important that we hear from him on all this.
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, Jeff and then Bev.
I would say what we need for this and probably other things that we have a problem doing as a town. We need some kind of like a business plan for this whole setup up there before we go asking town meeting to vote a bunch of money on stuff without really the explanation. So to me, we need kind of like a business plan. Why do you need this internet service up there? What is it going to do? Who is it going to service? And what is the benefit versus the cost?
Okay. Jeff, Bev?
You know, all right, understand me. I have watched us do things and get burned so many times. Jeffrey's right. We need a plan. When I look at the watering, the irrigation plan, it's like, okay, that sounds wonderful. Who is going to maintain it? Who's going to be there to take care of it? You have to have a plan, and there is no plan. And I don't think Scott realizes that there are boundaries that he can't cross. And how would he know? I don't think he's ever really done anything like this before. So I'm not indicting him, but I think somebody needs to, you can't let him run loose. You need to at least explain to him that there are things that only the selectmen can do before he goes off the deep end.
All right, folks, what I would recommend, and I, Will talks about the way that we used to go a line item budget. And he said that if there was a problem or issue with something, someone would put up a hand and say, hold. Is that what we want to do as a joint board, is basically hold up our hand on this line out and put hold on it?
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Adam, as an action item, let's put a hold on this line item until we can garner more information. And
so it's a hold, not to get rid of the funding.
Yeah, we need to hold. I think I'd like to leave it as that. Put this line item on hold. So if it's not resolved, then it will not be funded. We need answers on it before this joint group, this committee and this board, before going forward with that line item, more information is required.
So before Monday.
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And Mr. May has his hand up. Bob, I was trying to basically put an end to the discussion on this one, so we didn't spend 30 minutes on it. Yeah.
Yes, and I put my hand up as in to raise your hand to support that.
Okay.
And I just wanted to mention, we do need to get a verified legal opinion on who owns and runs Gilman Way. That confusion is causing problems. And
Okay.
we should nip it.
All right.
My opinion.
Yep. Adam has that as an action item, to basically hold that line item and do the necessary investigation for how ultimately, from a comprehensive point of view, we're going forward with Gilman Way. It is unfortunate we didn't have Scott with us. Scott, if you're watching on the road or otherwise, it's unfortunate we had to wait on that, but we'll look for more information on that. All right. Proceeding on to the 50, well, that was the last item on the 5,200. Can we go to 5,400? Jackie on the
Again,
5,400.
yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, again, he's got swimming zeroed out. I'm not sure why. Cultural Council and John Brooks from the Historical Commission, their budgets remain the same as last year.
Yeah, I mean, if our intent is to run the swimming program, should the personnel be available, then if the 5,400 supplies account requires $100 in it, I think that it is the intent of this joint group that we would fund that. Adam,
I already have my sticky note here. Yep.
Okay, it just goes without saying. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, before Jackie leaves.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if you're going to have anything else. I want to take and acknowledge the fact that she has picked up the gauntlet that the advisory committee had talked about, as having a booklet for new people that are coming into the community, and I'd like to recognize her for that effort. And it's much needed, especially since we have so many new people coming in.
Thanks, Will.
Second.
Yeah, I agree, Will. I watched your meeting when you guys were discussing that. Thank you for bringing that up. It was her last slide on recreation. Thank you very much, Jackie. We've captured all the do-outs there. I'm sure it'll be an interesting back brief to Scott when you talk with him. All right, fantastic.
Congratulations, Jackie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. We are going to move on to the last of community services, which is the cable account. And I believe that, yep, there is Mr. Steve Castle who will be briefing.
Hey, everybody. Hope you're well.
Hi,
Beautiful
Steve.
day outside. So, I believe this is page 280, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you. I was looking for that, 280.
Around there. And I don't have an opening statement, but I just want to remind everyone this is an enterprise account. And we separate our operating budget, which we mostly get revenues from Comcast, to the tune of about $120,000 a year. We went with $125,000 because we have started selling sponsorships and video production services to clients. So we hope to cover that with that. And we put all of our capital in our 5700 account, and that comes from the retained earnings. So all of our equipment is purchased out of that, our TV-based equipment. So just so you know that, that's sort of our savings account for equipment needs. And I'll discuss that when we get there.
Okay.
Yeah, we can go right into 5100 if you wish, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. All right. I
All
got
right. About 75 to 80% of most community TV stations like ours spend 75 to 80% of their money on personnel for their operating, and we're no different, because you can have all the technology in the world, but you better have people who can run it and can be trained to run it. So this is our personnel, and we did some reshuffling here just to try to meet needs that we have and how that has evolved. I look at this as there are about 7 or 8 roles that could be filled at TCTV. We're not going to have a staff that big, and this is all part-time people too. So, but if we can spread it out, and if we can get 4 or 5 people to maybe cover 6 or 7 tasks, I'm always doing 2 or 3 jobs, and I'll get in and do that and try to find efficiencies in that job. And then maybe someday we get to hand it off to someone, they make it their own. So that's the philosophy behind that. You may see a couple slashes here, like station tech manager and program coordinator / web editor. If we do start a website, which we may do this spring, we're going to need a good calendar editor for that. We're already looking for a program coordinator. So that position could be combined, or it could be 2 separate part-time positions that, are each 10 hours a week instead of, a total of 19.5. And forgive me, I'm looking at my budget on another screen here so I can read it. So that just gives us some flexibility. We cut the station manager in half because it's really intended as a promotional or a promotion opportunity for people in our program, and they really need to learn to be a program coordinator first. So if that were to happen in this fiscal year, I don't see it happening until January. And that's not a reflection on anyone, that's just timing. And we may also need a tech manager or even a contract position, someone who can go around and service the computers for me, because right now I get stuck with all of that. And I become a bottleneck, unfortunately. So we're definitely looking for people to help with some of the tech and the program coordinator and web editor. And media producers, we may have a couple more coming in the summer. And all those are media assistants. And one of our media assistants was promoted to media producer. This is not a reflection on her abilities being the last line item there. But that's just where I think we had a marketing person there at $15 an hour. We just slotted media producer in there.
Steve, is Sean still doing piecemeal work for you, or is he completely out of the picture?
He's welcome to do some piecemeal for us, but he has not had time. So both he and Zach, I may use here and there for little jobs if they're available. But right now, I don't think Sean is available.
Okay. Kelly has a question.
My question is, where you have media assistants, you have them hourly 20 per week. If that is truly the case, they are benefit eligible to the town. So that's something we, if it's 19 and a half, that's okay. But if they are truly 20 hours a week, they are benefit eligible. We have to pay benefits.
That should be
so
19.5 then. Thank you for catching that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're
We
in
kind of
line.
consider that a pool for not just 1 or 2 people. It could be 3 or 4, and someone might work 3 hours a week and somebody else might work 15.
Right, but if somebody looks at the budget as it's listed, that can be construed as, as one person at 20 hours and they are benefit eligible then.
I agree. I'll make a note to work with Adam on that. And Adam and I worked on this and reshuffled some of the things around as we needed, and he was really good to work with on this.
Excellent.
And not because I got what I want. I didn't get all that I want.
You're sitting on a pile of your own money.
Well, we need to get a couple more people in so we can grow. So that's a big goal for us.
All right, Steve, you ready to move to your 5,200 or 5,110?
Sure.
Okay.
So support this. I think we only added the Scholastic Media Association membership. We also belong to Mass Access. They're kind of like an industry group, and we get a lot of good information from them. They put on shows when there's no pandemic, and the same with Scholastic Media. We may be partnering with them on some things as well. And the training for staff for better video productions at 5,000. We talked about this last year. We didn't get around to it, but I would hire a gentleman who gives boot camps through SMA on this. And we may partner with Scholastic Media Association, SMA, and the Mount on this if they have an event at the Mount where we can even launch a workforce development program. So we're talking about that. And maybe we can get it in at a lot less. But I would pay that much. We do a pretty good job, but we could use some polish, and my staff could also use to listen to some expertise besides me.
All right, any questions, 5110 for Steve? All right.
Thank you.
Steve, we're up to 5,200.
Yeah, there's the services. I think we may have added the social media software. That's if you do more than one social media thing, you can get a platform like Hootsuite that allows you to post simultaneously. I may end up just replacing that. I forgot to put the Zoom subscription in here. We need that, right?
Yep.
And the Cast a Stream subscription, which we're on right now. So, we can leave it, but we may also purchase a Hootsuite eventually. The phone internet service is meant for 2 locations. We already pay about $3,000 for high speed at the station in Baldwinville, and the rest of that is intended for Scout Hall. The alarm system, by the way, we use Greenwood alarms if people are interested in grouping with that. Somebody else does too. I can't remember who, but I know another department in town uses Greenwood. Promotional budget we got in for $3,000. This would be things for things like T-shirts to for giveaways for contests, which is great branding. We need collateral material, which are like rate cards that you give out, and for promotion. All that went on hold with COVID because we didn't know if people would ever want to touch somebody else's paper again. So, and we're putting $1,000 for Adobe Creative Cloud. These are the subscription services for things like Photoshop, Adobe Premiere, which some people want to use for video editing. And Caitlin does a good job with that. We have that right now. we were able to get that at a little less than 1,000 this year, but I expect it to go up next year. And I put in $100 just for downloads of programmings for things like the senior center. So they have some shows on pegmedia.org that they may want to include in their senior hour. And it's, 50 cents a show. So that should cover about 4 shows for a year if we wanted every week. That's not much to spend. Any questions?
Any questions?
Moving on to supplies. Hey, office supplies. How about that? This we used to put in just for DVDs when we're making a lot of DVDs. We haven't been making DVDs. Please don't ask me to make DVDs based on YouTube videos. It's hard to do. But we may buy more DVDs if we do digital conversion services for people, for instance, taking stuff off VHS and putting them on DVDs. We may buy a scanner. We may buy a good photo printer for our senior center office if we choose to do that. So not looking so much at pens and pencils and paper, although if you want to give me a ream of paper, I'd be happy to take it because I usually use my own. And I could use a box of paper clips, but I'll scrounge something at town hall. And the heating oil, we put that for the light department barn. I also noticed it's in Bob's building and grounds budget for 1,000. So that's a duplicate. I don't know what you want to do with it. We get free rent from the light department there. So if this is the trade-off, I'm fine with that. But let's also remember, we're in a storage closet. So however you want to do it, just let me know. But I do see a redundancy in the budgets there. And if you want, we'll move on. The intergovernmental, I left this pretty much up to Adam, and he suggested this. So I'm not sure exactly how it works, but we need to put in for raises and so forth. Everybody good with that?
Any questions or comments? Adam, anything on this you want to add? Yeah, you're on mute.
Last year, Steve and I were talking about this, and he was concerned about some of the indirects. So we sat down. For his request, he initially put 0, but we had agreement that we could do 3,000.
Okay. I didn't have any questions. Anyone else? We'll talk about his capital.
All right, so on to capital.
Wait a minute, wait. I gotta say something. Without you guys, you got money there for raises, you've earned them. Without TCTV, our whole community would have been sucking seaweed because we wouldn't have been able to interact with each other. Our government would have suffered terribly. I know Sean was a big loss, but he really, really worked hard for a long time. And now you got new kids that'll be with us hopefully for a long time. I think that if anybody in the whole town deserves the raises, you're a part of that. And I appreciate you guys, you know that.
Well, thank you very much.
You really have helped the senior center, you've helped the whole community, really and truly.
Oh, thanks. That's our job. And, thank goodness for Hannah, who's hosting this meeting right now for us. And
yes, Hannah, good
really
job.
stepped in. And our new employee, Caitlin, is really doing well and learning the ropes as well. So we can find 2 more of them, we'll be all set.
Yeah. And I want to see you in Scout Hall to get out of a closet so that you can interact with the community easier. And all I can see is good things ahead for you.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's our pleasure to help the community. So we want to talk about capital. The 2 things I brought to capital planning this year was the town hall system upgrade and the Scout Hall furnishings. We had put in $10,000 in 2 consecutive years for Scout Hall. We haven't gotten to that yet. So we just asked them to lump it in for $20,000 for FY22. And, that may end up being things like security cameras too. So And the 30,000 for the town hall camera system upgrade, I just sent in the past couple of days, excuse me, I almost fell. Adam and Mike and Jackie a report on where we are with that. We're trying to research it. It's going to be a big upgrade. And, you know, right now that system can't do what we would need it to do. So there could be temporary fixes if we want to go to in-person meetings and combine with Zoom in between that I'm working on. And that could give us some more time to really decide how to deal with the conference room system. And, you know, it's just, to do something right now could be a big gamble. So, but anyways, I think it should be in there. We'll probably get to it sometime in FY22 and have more answers about how meetings are going to look then. And it could be as much as 30,000 because we'll also seek some other upgrades with that. But I want to make sure it's going to be used. That system hasn't been used in a year now. So that's that. And all the other stuff really rolled over. You know, we asked for 15,000 a year to be put in there for equipment upgrades, camera kits. You know, one camera kit could cost at least $2,000 to $2,500, $3,000. We don't need any this year, but I'm always buying tripods and things like that. The EMR relocation and fiber connection, that's if we move out of the light department building. I know they would like to not be in that building in the future. And the EMR building could be a good strategic spot for us in that the mass broadband fiber terminates there. So, you know, Rich and Mike and I have gone over that building numerous times. There's still a lot of questions. I know they want to get some CPA funding for that building and we're waiting on that. But just to move that fiber 100 feet could cost us $5,000.
Steve, got a question about the equipment upgrade line. What kind of the same way that Jeff was asking about discarded equipment in the police. What do you do with your old equipment?
You know that storage closet I told you about at the light department barn? Yep. It goes on the top shelf. So, you know, some of it, we have a couple of pieces that could be repaired.
Surplus. Every year we go through a surplus equipment assessment. Perhaps that's something that you can work with Adam on trying to earn back some of the value of some of those items, whether it's a camera or if it's a tripod. I'm not sure if it's worth it, but certainly to clear out your storage space as a part of something that we already do anyway might be beneficial to you.
Yeah, some of it can be, you know, repaired if somebody wants to rip it apart and volunteer to do that. Some of it is just old and useless and obsolete. And, you know, with the business that we're in, you get more and more of that. And it's funny, we have some DVD recorders that, you know, people told me a few years ago, throw them out there, buy them on eBay now for $600. So people look for that stuff. And if we do digital conversions, we may recycle some of that stuff with that too. But good question on that. The website build out we have in there for 5,000. We also have that in FY21. So that's why I think it might be a good idea to start using that now. And I've already got quotes of about $12,000 to get that going. And we also applied for a $5,000 grant there. The warranty stuff is, you can't avoid it today. If you have expensive equipment, you have to pay a warranty. And the 3-camera switching system, we may already have one or both of those that, you know, may only cost us $8,000, but I may put that on hold because the world is changing with Zoom and what we've done in the last year. And, you know, you're not using the same equipment anymore. This is an encoder box we put in the auditorium, and this thing is, by the standards that have increased in the last year, this is nearly outdated. So I'd look for better systems than that and maybe even less expensive. So we hope to save some money in capital as we do every year. And again, this is coming out of the retained earnings. So our capital fund is really what the town meeting allows us to have in that savings for that year. So we don't have to come back to you for more.
Steve, I got a question, and I hope I don't make myself look like a dummy, but when you say website build out, what website are you talking about?
We plan to do a regional website that will help TCTV, because if we're going to be self-sufficient someday in our revenues, Templeton can't support it on its own. So the way to do that is with a regional website, and we plan one with a killer calendar and some video travel logs of the area and partnerships with some of the chambers of commerce. And and then we can, people can buy a sponsorship, not just for Channel 8, but for the website and Facebook and YouTube, and get a lot of play. I think we could reach the whole region of 250,000 households or whatever it is.
2 follow-up questions. What would you call it? And is it more for entertainment or information?
Well, a lot of people would use it for information about entertainment. So think about, in regular times, how many events there could be on a weekend. Wachusett Mountain could have an Oktoberfest, and there could be 3 or 4 things going on in our area. And I just think that the region doesn't have a really great calendar besides what you can get on Facebook. And this could also be turned later into an app through what we want to do with a multimedia lab and a workforce development program. Bring in an app developer and teach us how to do it.
Yep. Steve, how often do you talk to Cultural Council?
Pat Gale works with us, and she's on Cultural Council as well. So
I just want to make sure there's some tie-in and value for the community, and it does sound like
absolutely. And Pat's a great resource too, because I don't know if people realize that she edits the Johnny Appleseed guide every year. So we're lucky to have an association with her.
Great. Steve, I don't have any more questions. I'm not sure about the AC or.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just a general question for Steve. Other communities on their TV station have ads for their business. Is that something that you do as a free service, or can we charge for that as a means to end up getting some revenue into your accounts?
Yeah. Well, first of all, any business, we could do a calendar post for a nonprofit having an event, but let's say a business wanted to run a calendar item. We can't do that unless it's an event that they're hosting, for the town or so. So those would be sponsorships, and we're already working with sponsorships for our Collector Time series, and we've done sponsorships with Country Roads, the 20 different shops with that, and more on the way, and video production services as well. So we exist to give free publicity for nonprofits, but those entities that are for profit need to be sponsors and underwrite our costs to produce the programming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question or discussion on the cable fund for cable capital? All right, Steve, looks like you satiated everybody with your cable wisdom. And again, thank you so much to you and Hannah and any of your trainees for everything that you've done for TCTV is like Deb said, you've kept us all connected. So looks like Terry has something.
Same thing. Excellent job, Steve, Hannah, and Caitlin, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, everybody. It's what we do, so that's what we're here for.
I am proud of you. I am very proud of you. Do you realize a year ago, I never could have done this? It's not doing too well.
Well, I'm proud of you.
This is big time. This is big time. But really and truly, I can see such great things And it helps our town so much. We never could have done town meeting and meetings like we have done. And if you're in Scout Hall, people are going to be able to find you. And it's just going to open up a whole new world. And I think it's great. I really do.
Thank you. Hey, I'll tell you something quick. I don't want you to hold anything up in it, but first week of the pandemic, when we were saying, how are we going to do meetings? I remember Terry Griffiths said, Steve, why don't you look into video conferencing platforms? And I went, Terry, what are you doing to me?
I remember.
And
that.
2 days later, we were on Zoom.
Yeah.
So.
And you were trying to, you had to set that whole thing up.
Yeah, well, hey, thank goodness it was easy.
And a new server, and thank you, Steve.
All right, folks. Steve, thank you very much. I know you're going to hang with us until the bitter end here. So thank you for that. All right, folks, that wraps up community services, and we're moving into the last block for this afternoon, which is the executive, which includes the select board, IT, insurance and benefits, and capital. So if you didn't like Adam's voice before, you're not going to like it now. Adam, if you could take us through the last segment. I see that we're at 3:55. Not bad concerning this was supposed to be a whole day anyway.
So if we can just jump to page 40 in our books. Our 5100 account. This here with mine is a contractual. Holly with her rate where she's at. Stipends. And keep in mind the overall department budget has went down $5,000 from last fiscal year to this fiscal year.
Just a question, Adam. Administrative assistant and student intern, we are planning on filling those positions this coming year, right?
The administrative assistant position is already filled. That's a position within the treasurer collector's office that's shared with the development services office as well. That 2.5 hours you see coming out of our budget.
We are going after an intern also, or interns?
I intend to, yes.
Bob May, go ahead.
Yep. Hello. It's me. I see the stipend down the bottom. That I believe is for Holly.
That is correct.
Yeah. And what's the purpose?
I look at it like this, very simply. The ABCC trainings that Holly does for all the licenses, all the work that goes into all of that, in addition to how we're the only two in the office right now with all the procurement landing on my table. I intend on having her, she's been working kind of under my guidance. She'll put together the documents, but I have to sign off on all of them. And I hope to send her through some procurement trainings and eventually have her get her associate MCPPO when I move to be a Massachusetts Certified Public Purchasing Officer. These requirements within Chapter 30B are a job within themselves. I'm sure you see it where a lot of these municipalities have their own public purchasing officer dedicated solely just to all the procurement. Now, granted, we're a town, we don't have as much activity in the sense of purchasing high volume like a city, but it does take a lot of time out of the office. And I felt it'd be appropriate to at least reward work for the amount of time an individual spends on receiving these extra certifications necessary to perform the work and to be in compliance.
Adam, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have it as a salary increase?
I looked at it from both standpoints, and I decided to do it in the sense of a stipend.
stipend, bonus, whatever terminology you want to use.
The reason I initially asked is because I had this conversation last year when Carter gave Holly a 12.75% increase. And, you know, I mean, I just noticed that our administration on the school side, you know, last year had given out some significant raises. And then when last year the raises were questioned regarding Kelly, the year later, she got the $7,500 bonus from the Hubbardston issue. So it just seems like a trend. And I don't like it. But you know, the explanation changed a little bit. I thought it was for work on the web page, which I was gonna balk about completely because the web page just threw me another curb this morning.
The
Oops, 404.
The web page is certainly an ongoing challenge that we continually work on.
Yeah.
And I understand your frustration as well as other people who have sent us emails. And Holly spends a lot of time trying to fix those links because a lot of issues occurred amongst the conversion, and it's frustrating.
I'm not disputing the amount of work going in, just the amount of pay coming out. That's all. That's my only concern.
Bev, you're next.
You know, to sit here and do this and say, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, she deserves that. Yeah, she does. She does. I'm telling you, we should have level funded this budget. And I am willing to bet you money that we are going to get kicked in the butt down the road. You know, I would rather be cheap now and come out in better shape than to blow a bundle now and then pay for it later. You know, we are in a pandemic. We have people that maybe aren't going to be able, the bank will pay their taxes until finally the bank gets sick of paying their taxes. In 2 or 3 years, we'll probably have 60 or 70 houses for sale again. We've gone through this time and time again. I wouldn't spend a nickel more than you have to. I think you're being extremely optimistic. And if I'm wrong, we're still going to be all right down the road. If we're careful, you know, it's, you know, it's really, I'm telling you, we should have, in May, I stood there and I said, please don't pass this budget. We shouldn't have done it then. So, you know, to give stipends, they work for, they have a salary. You know, like if you want to give them an increase, give them an increase. But
Bev, Adam, if I could, Bev, I disagree with you. Optimism alone did not carry the decision to go forward with a service budget. There were several indicators that were going along the way, and Adam, and we had Carter at the same time in the construction. Adam didn't take over solely until.
Well, I'm not blaming anybody.
I know, but we're preparing as we went into the budget season. The indicators that we had led us to believe that we could continue with the zero-based or a service-based budget, and to change to a level funded midway, we thought was not going to be helpful, and we were not going to be able to seize the opportunity for the indicators as they stood then. Just speaking, I know that we're just kind of zeroing in on that stipend, bonus, or otherwise. I think it was Bob just a moment ago that was talking about an increase in pay. So to normalize the rate of increase or otherwise, I agree with Adam's desire to use a bonus-based reward rather than a salary-based reward. A moment ago, you said it's a pandemic. Yeah. And there are, as you have acknowledged to some of the other team members along the way today, Holly is right in there with the rest of them, like CCTV, Rich Curtis, Laurie Witta, Jackie Prime, an essential member of the team that provided additional services, not in the normal time frame. So whether it was Saturday, Fridays, 10 o'clock at night or otherwise. Now, I always kid Holly that, I'm sorry for asking for all that extra stuff. And she says that she really loves doing the IT stuff. I think that the bonus and this budget are appropriate for what we have in front of us. I just wanted to address I just wanted to be able to disagree with you on the type of budget and the bonus.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Absolutely, Will.
Yep. It's saying stipends is a very slippery slope. And this is why I'm looking at it too, is that you also have a board of assessors that they go out and do quite a bit of work. You have a board of health, and they used to get stipends along with in fact, right in the town bylaw, the advisory committee could put in for monies, stipends for the chairman. I mean, we got to be very, very careful when we start doing this, because now we're talking about opening this up, and we have other entities that deserve also some compensation. And that's my concern, is that you're opening it up here, and it's a very slippery slope when you start doing this. That's why I ended up saying it would be probably more appropriate to end up making it as a salary increase.
Tony has his hand up. Go ahead, Tony.
It seems like we're caught up on the semantics of where this goes, because I know when I'm in the office, when I go in and I see this stuff Holly does, she's obviously very deserving of this. So what does it matter whether it's a stipend or a salary input? If everybody agrees she should get the money, what does it matter where it goes?
Mr. Chair, I'm with Tony on this. I've seen Holly work since 2013 when she came on, and she's invaluable.
Okay, good discussion. Any further?
Well, I just want to also.
The only thing I wanted to add, and I don't know this because I haven't looked at this, but I see that everybody else did get a raise this year of some kind. Am I wrong, Adam?
I don't think you're wrong.
Did Holly get a raise other than this 2,500
for this year?
Yes.
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about what you just said, Mike. We're not talking about a raise compared to.
I apologize. I didn't take the entire context into. I apologize.
Okay, because I mean, this is on top of. This is above. This is not in spite of a raise. This is on top of a raise. This is a stipend on top of a raise. That's all I'm saying. I think it sets a bad precedent. I think there's just as many people that are deserving of it other than Holly. And I think to give it to one degrades the others. My personal opinion. You can do as you see fit. That's why you're selectman, but that's my opinion on it.
Okay.
So
let's get, wait. I just want to take them in order. Terry,
Okay,
then
well,
Jeff.
I'm sorry. I just have a thing on this stipend that I think, to me, it raises an issue of an employee getting 2 paychecks for a job. And I forget who said it earlier. It should probably just be rolled into her pay. So it takes away that optics of her getting 2 checks for doing jobs, basically the same job. I just think that stipend should be eliminated and just take that 25 and roll it into her pay as to take that away, that optics thing out of there. And it came up at annual town meeting where the then highway superintendent was getting a stipend to be the tree warden. And I brought the issue up at town meeting, and I believe town council opined, and it was rolled into his salary.
So what I'm hearing is for me to make the change within the budget document, take out the
That's what-
stipend and roll it into the salary?
That, again, you can double check that, but I believe there's a thing, it's in the ethics test also that, you know, you can do 2 paid positions, but you can only take 1 check. Just to take the optics out of there, if she's doing the extra work, fine. Just take that stipend away and take the 25 and include it in her salary. And it just takes that issue away. That's my only problem with that stipend on top of her salary. It looks like she's getting 2 paychecks for doing the job, and that raises an issue with me.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Terry?
Oh, man, I'm so tired now. The stipend was for education. I'm sorry, I lost it. I know he said he wanted to send her to school for procurement.
Yes,
And is that what the stipend's for?
that would be the added responsibilities of helping under my guidance on the procurement, as well as the continual work.
I think you're getting the consensus. I think we could wrap it up, but I think you're getting the consensus to take that line item out and have it reflected within the rate of pay.
I will do that. I just wanted to get the board instruction prior.
Either that or call it training. Because that's what it sounded like, what it was intended for.
And that's perfectly normal. My son's going to get his master's.
Just take the line item off and just put it in his salary and be.
Can I
done
get
with it.
some
We've wasted
thumbs up?
We've
Who's in
wasted
favor
20
of taking
minutes.
that line item out? I see
Okay,
one.
line item out into salary.
2. I think that's what Tony said. I see Tim with a thumbs up. I see some virtual thumbs up. Bev, I think I saw a thumbs up. Tom, I saw a shake of the head. Great. I think you've got the consensus on that one. Anything else in the 5100? Tony, you had a hand up.
No, just clear that thumb thing.
Okay. All right. Let's
With-
move to 5110.
Basically the same as last year.
You lump sum disallowed yourself. Awesome.
I did. I'm very frugal. Well, how do I do it to others if I don't do it to myself?
There you go. All right. Anyone questions on 5110 or any kind of specific call outs there? The MMA conference, I got to believe for the FY22 that it will actually occur.
If not, I'm pretty comfortable. I mean, that's why I did a pretty hefty lump sum disallowed on it.
All right, got it. All right, doesn't look like there are any questions on 5110. Let's move to 5200. Legal services, it's a lot. Where do you think that puts you, Adam? Does that put you on a lower end of services, or is that let me put enough in there and enough will come back out if you don't think you're going to need it?
Yeah, with this one, it's really hard to gauge. You never know with the towns involved with litigation or not, or ongoing issues that drive up these costs. But I would say I would be comfortable with this amount.
Okay.
Probably a little bit on the lower end, but.
Okay. Kelly, I hate to put you on the spot. Where was our expenditure for legal services? Do you think that 75 is low, medium, high?
Give me just a minute. I can get back with you with that.
Yeah, Kelly will have all the actual numbers.
Bev, go ahead.
Do we have a contract with that lawyer we've got right now?
We do.
I don't like him because we end up paying him too many times to get a opinion from him.
What else are you supposed to do, Bev?
Well, we've had better lawyers in the past.
Okay.
I think we should look for somebody else.
You're saying quality over.
Yeah,
You're talking about quality, not quantity.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
given us an opinion, and it's not any good. Then we have to go back to him, try to get the right opinion. Either that or.
I don't think I've ever experienced that law office give us a bad opinion.
Oh yes, he has.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Not impressed with him.
Okay. Anything else on 5200? Thanks for that, Bev. That was helpful.
I was going to say, as far as the legal expenses go, I would be all for switching law firms.
When does it come up for a review?
It's every year by the board.
Okay.
Yeah, we did change from our former law service to this one, and if everybody remembers, the individual that was coming to town was always as one of the premier legal minds in the state, and always get recognized time and time again, year after year. He's on the MMA. He used to be a selectman. He used to be advisory. I mean, this gentleman had a lot of experience all over, and it wasn't just legal opinions.
Yep. Well, I think it's a helpful discussion to talk about the quality of it, but it's more of a quantity thing for today's discussion. Basically saying is 75,000 enough procurement wise? Again, I think that's why some of the feedback that you're giving is good, but it's about the number today. Terry, you had your hand up, but you removed it. You're good.
Yep, I'm good, thanks. It'll come up later.
Adam, if I might, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
The one thing you just brought up that made me think of whether this is sufficient or not is how much activity are we going to have on the legal side coming up with MPZ? Is that going to have any,
We have a separate article for the BES sale where
and that should be enough to cover us through the entire process?
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, folks, let's move on to 5400. Any questions, 5400? All right. 5600 intergovernmental, Adam.
This is a reserve for CBA, equity, merit, and or COLA raises. It's the same amount as last year.
Do we anticipate this having to be used the same as last year? I mean, because I did remember seeing something that we still had money left over.
Yeah, the transfer should be coming out soon. The board already did the transfer, just hasn't been done yet.
So we're going to have money left over in this account?
You may. I can't tell you how much yet.
Then,
well, you talking fiscal year 22 or are you talking fiscal year 21 that we're in right now?
Both years, because if we have in 21 extra money and 22, maybe we need to take a look at the amount that we have here and scale it back and use it for other items.
Yeah, it's the
right
same.
Now, I believe in 21 you have roughly 7,000 left, 8,000, and 22. It depends on the evaluations. I really can't say. where that will fall.
And this is the same amount as last year. If you
Same
only
amount.
have 7,000 left, yeah.
In that range, 7,000 to 8,000,
Okay.
roughly.
What happens what happens to this number in a level funded budget?
Well, if it was level funded, it would stay the same.
That's about 20, that's 25% left over.
Yeah, but we're not done through fiscal year 21 yet, Mr. Spring.
Okay, any further discussion? 5,600? Will, are you good?
I think Kelly's got her hand up.
Yep, Kelly does. Go ahead, Kelly.
So last fiscal year, we paid out 123,000 in legal bills, but I know that we had an exorbitant amount of lawsuits. So I know that that ate up a ton of money that we normally would not have in a year.
Okay. That I'm glad you looked it up. It helps give like a ceiling when you talk about minimum and or worst case scenario. I think that's the terminology I was looking for. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Kelly.
All right, 5,700.
This is basically the same as last year. If we move to a warrant instead of the voter's guide, there could be some savings on that end. Instead of getting the voter's guide printed up, but I leave that to the board.
Jeff, is that what you meant? I mean, if the voter's guide still has everything in there, your issue is more about reading everything, not the way that it was presented in, whatever handout, right?
That was my issue. If we're not going to read the warrant articles and the motions, then have the warrant there. If we're just going to do the simple thing and read the majority, except for the 3, 4, 5, 6 page ones, if we're going to read the warrant article and the motion, then
I like the document.
That is okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should be reading them, or at least offering town meeting to say, hey, I'd like this multiple page one summarized or something. I didn't think it was about the voter's guide. I always thought the voter's guide was a good product because it had all of the data in there. But it wasn't it wasn't just a verbatim, spit out of the warrant that's already available. This was something that was useful to someone walking in, where the voter's guide has the moderator's introduction. It had a couple extra things in it that set people up for a good meeting. Yeah, I get it. To waive the reading, I think we're beyond that at this point. Bev, you got your hand up?
Yep, the voter's guide is wonderful, except you need to get it early. 27 pages. You're sitting in an auditorium with poor lighting. There's absolutely no way you can absorb it all unless you're a speed reader. And you know what? There are people in town that can't read. It's reality. We need to read the articles at town meeting. Yep. Absolutely, positively.
Yeah, Bev,
the voter's guide is good if you can get it out to people.
I think the board had a very good discussion the other night, and I think that it's right in line with what your sentiment is. So that's a good thing. So the takeaway, maybe not for your list, Adam, but certainly for you and Holly or whatever the group is that produces the document, we could take a look about flash to bang time, when we can actually get it available. If it's a valid enough discussion. Well, of course it's a valid discussion, but I don't know what the logistics are involved with it. But I understand what she's saying, but I think the voter's guide still as an expense is a good thing. Holly, go ahead.
It's not realistic to get it out before the town meeting. By the time we get everything done on it and get it back from the printer, we're lucky we can have it for town meeting. It's a lot to put together. I personally think that every other town hands out the warrant, and that's what we should be handing out. But just to let you know, there's no way we could get it out early.
Yeah,
The town
Bev,
used to hand out the
Bev and
warrant.
Adam, go ahead. You don't have to put your hand up, Bev. I know you're going to respond. Go ahead.
Who?
No, you're off mute.
Okay.
Don't swear again, please.
If we're not, no. If we're not gonna get it out early, don't bother with it. Because I am willing to bet you, if you took a poll, nobody read the damn thing. I bring it home and I got it for reference for down the road. When I die, all this is going to Bennett. Oh my God. But really and truly, we need to, it would be good, but like Holly says, if you can't do it, you can't do it. There's no point in even printing one then.
Holly, I understand what you're saying, Holly, like we're lucky to have it done in time. Is there well, I mean, the warrant's already an electronic version anyway. I don't know. Maybe not. We're talking about line items on the budget right now. Yeah, let's just move on. I think there's some understanding here. Sorry to conflate the two. I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about like what product winds up happening. All right.
We can move to page 73, IT.
Okay.
This is the same amount as last year, 110,000. Holly and I went through this. Everything's in here.
Go ahead, Mr. May.
I just ClearGov. I know there's some fans. My question is this: I did take a look at it, the Templeton issue. How up to date is that ever going to be? Because right now it's useless. It's 2018.
I agree. I know that the data export from Vadar, Kelly had some stuff going on. I think that she had a loss in her family. For the timeline to get that stuff there, I will 100% own and acknowledge. It's not Kelly. It's not you. It's that process, and we just don't have all of the data in there. I think that ClearGov was a little bit slow as well. So I agree with you, Bob. I don't know what to do with it at this point. I did have higher hopes for it. It's going to get published soon. I think that they have that they need, and I'm hoping that it looks for your inspection, answers a bunch of questions. But right now, it does not look the way that it should. Kelly.
I spoke with them just a week or so ago, and they have sent all of the data that I have sent them to their programming department, and they have to go through quite a process to translate it into how it will appear on ClearGov. So it's not like I just send it there and then they're able to put it out there. So it's in the process. I don't know the extent of how long it's going to take or what their process is, but it is in the process. I just don't know exactly when it will be completed.
Yeah, the startup process was going to take longer. Once they had mapped all of our fields, then it would be a much more seamless process.
Yes.
Okay, so that's my concern is that, all right, so now that we, let's say, have given them all the information, I understand that Kelly said she didn't know how long this process takes to turn, but my concern is if the information is always going to be, let's say, a year old or whatever, I don't really know if it's valuable.
It won't be a year old. So the exports that Kelly send are all late data. The way that it works, that we also develop with ClearGov a refresh rate. So if we want every month to have that refresh, the data that you see on there will be within 30 or so days, to answer your question, Bob. Kelly, do you have a follow-up?
It was my understanding from talking to them that it wasn't going to be on a monthly basis. It was on a quarterly basis that I would send the reports.
Okay.
But maybe you guys have something in the contract that I wasn't given the information. But I was told the lady when we talked that it would be quarterly. I would send her a new updated report that would go into the database. But if it's
It was based
supposed
on what we wanted. So if we wanted 30
Okay.
days, it would do 30 days. And I think that was
Okay.
during the kickoff, during the kickoff meeting, we had discussed that.
Okay, so I guess it's just a communication breakdown between the selectmen and myself. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Of course, Will.
The information that ClearGov has is the same information that DLS has, and it may be in a different form, but it's all on that site already for the DOR DLS. I mean, and that information we provide to DLS every year. I mean, every year. The only probably thing that we don't have is an update is when we end up doing the census in January, but because that's a couple of months after. So all that information is already there. So I don't understand why we're having to take and provide an outside company to take and do something that's already available to this town. All it has to be is copied and pasted and put it on the website. That's just my concern.
Yep. So Will, I can't defend something that's half baked, and I apologize for that. Again, I had all the best intentions for making our data more available to the community, much more so. And I'll address the other thing. So I can't defend it right now. I wish I could. The other part of it is there's a lot of stuff out there. You're 100% correct that DLS has all these different reports and otherwise. My view is it's not. People aren't going out to look up that stuff. What ClearGov does is it becomes a clearinghouse, and almost like a cartoonish way, you can wind up viewing this data as a direct link from our webpage. Bev, go ahead.
I don't think anyone's going to use it. I honestly don't. If there was a way that we could monitor, like say for a year, how many people actually go back and use this thing? Because if I don't want to spend money that we can use somewhere else, if nobody uses it, there ain't too many people in town that really care about some of this stuff, except for people that are on your town boards. That's the only thing. I understand what you were trying to do.
Yep.
But I'm not guaranteed that they even use it.
Well,
understood. Yep.
We'll see how the process goes, and if it's not to our satisfaction, the select board could just.
I'm already behind. Like I said to Will, I can't defend it because if you guys were able to see fresh data in the way that the website, I think it's a good product, but I can't show it to you. So therefore I can't defend that. And going forward, with that line item, I think, I can't defend you guys saying, I don't think this line item should be there is what I'm saying. I'm not giving it back to you, but I can't defend it to, because
the challenge we have though, is contractually, I need to be able to go through it. And
I know, and we will get our money's worth for what we've spent because they will transfer that data. We just won't, if we don't allow that line item there, then we wouldn't be able to renew for a second year. Tony, go ahead.
Well, that was my question is, are they falling short of their commitment to us of getting information onto the website so we can see what it can do? And if it's not them, then can we just make a decision one way or another on this and move on? We spent 20 minutes talking about $5,000.
Yeah. I was, this was definitely my project, and I think I failed in trying to prioritize it. I didn't never thought that Adam and Kelly were going to lead that effort, but be a part of the team for it, and they have been, and they've been great. It just I have not been able to force the issue to say, hey, where are we at with the status of the website? So again, I'm sorry that I don't have anything to show you. It sucks to me that I don't have anything to defend it from. So going forward for a second year of service, you're right. For the people that have already spoke against it, you're 100% correct.
If you can't show us before we have to renew what it can do, then I think it's a waste of money.
On a different subject, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, it's $1,000 for wiring. What's that for? I mean, this is the second year in a row. That's a lot of money for keep wiring. What are we wiring?
Yeah, I can't answer that.
I can answer that.
Holly, you have, yep.
Generally, that's when someone like Wally Computers comes in and has to do something additional that's up above and beyond their monthly services. And there might be some extra wiring or extra hours they need to put in. I believe that's why Carter had originally put it there. And I'm finding that we do seem to use that every year.
Okay, thanks for that answer. Bev, you had your, go ahead.
I'm getting tired. It's like the website. It's a constant battle to try to straighten that out. We have spent years spending money on these different agencies to try to do projects for us, and half of them end up being a wash, and you end up, it's only $5,000, but you got 5,000 here, you got 5,000 there, you got 5,000 everywhere, and it drives me crazy.
We good on this one, or?
Well, I think you need to put a hold on that ClearGov.
I just don't know if we could contractually get out of it.
Well, how long did you sign a contract for? Thought it was a year.
It was actually before I took over that the contract was signed off to check.
I thought when it was presented to us, I think it was at fall town meeting, it was 1 year. So it shouldn't even be coming up for renewal for a good 6-7 months. Is it a 1-year contract? Can you just find that information out, Adam? Not now, but at some point, please.
Yeah, I concur with Tony because I believe we only approved 7,500, so I don't know how it's a multi-year anything.
Yep, that's correct.
Right.
That's why I want to double check. I don't want to give the wrong answer.
It may be a wonderful website once it's up and populated, but unfortunately we can't see that. And,
I'll put a hold on it.
Okay.
Mike, whatever you did, your camera's now down. It's not on your face.
Come on.
I'm glad I'm not the only one getting tired.
Yeah. Adam, can we go to the next one? I think Mike's having some technology issues.
Okay, next is insurance and benefits. So we're going to go to page 165 in our budget book.
$165.
That is correct. Okay, in this one, you'll see quite a few of these accounts went up. The unemployment number, we're not 100% positive where that's going to fall, but that includes an increase on that end. Till we see what happens with the legislation pending. But everything else is updated here, so.
Adam, we didn't lay anybody off, did we?
No, we didn't lay anybody off, no.
So that wouldn't that be the thing that drives that cost?
Well, Kelly, if you could jump in, I know you have your hand up.
So when we have anyone that files unemployment, it affects our percentage. So we have a lot of on-call firefighters, different people that they're part-time with us. If they file unemployment on their other job, it still affects our rate because they are receiving money from the town. In that also this year, we've had, I want to say between 15 and 20 fraudulent claims that were filed against employees that were full-time still working. Until the state is able to filter out all of that, which I don't expect that for at least another couple years, for them to finally get their audit and get things figured out. They're not even quoting a rate this year. They're telling everyone they're going to assess the highest rate that they have. That's how it's going to be across the board. So at that point, we need to plan to be higher this year than we normally were. I think within a couple of years, that's probably going to be dropped once they can figure things out. But at this point, we need to budget for the highest possible rate for unemployment. That's what we've been told from the state.
Thanks, Kelly.
Do we know what that highest rate is going to be at all, or is that something that they set?
They have not told us. They've told us it's in the, was it a G rating? And I have looked, I have not found anywhere that says what a G rating is. I can't tell you that. Hopefully we can get it figured out within, they said that they have to have a final decision by the end of March because people will have to file their first quarter unemployment insurance.
Thank you, Kelly, for the information.
Welcome.
And
All right, folks,
if the legislature decides on a freeze, we should be fine. So that's where we're at with the unemployment.
Sorry, folks. One of my kids started to broadcast to the computer and I lost the camera and everything, so I'm back. Adam, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You got everything solved when you were gone, Mike. So.
See? Maybe not. Yeah, I knew I was going to be the problem. Am I showing the correct document right now?
That is correct.
Could you scroll down a little bit?
Just shows you we don't need you.
I wouldn't say that.
Bob, go ahead.
Yeah. So Adam, if I'm not mistaken, this shows overall about a 5% increase in insurance and benefits over last year.
I would say that sounds about right. What was it, 2.475?
4.7. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And everybody already knows that the substantial driver on this too was the Worcester Regional Retirement as well, in addition to other increasing costs.
Well, if you look back at the end of the year, even the increase that you got there, that's more money than what any increase at least in my estimation, that will happen. So there's extra money in here.
It all depends on what happens with all these variables at play, Mr. Spring.
Adam, have you gone in and adjusted this for what the actual costs are now for the insurance now that that's been decided?
I have it in there at 0%. On the end, I was talking with Kevin Pecos about this because if you make the adjustment, and then you'll end up in a deficit the next fiscal year. So I left it at 0 with the 2 plans.
Okay, any further discussion? Any other pages of the insurance benefit area that anyone wants to see or talk through? If not, we can move on to capital. I think that's 180.
I have to go, so you all have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
All right, Adam, I know that we've talked through some capital items already. Let's just walk through what will translate to the article, both capital and special. Does anyone have any call outs on the capital or special article items? I'm going to see if we can't wrap up before 5 o'clock comes around.
My only comment was the same I said at the advisory committee, that the stuff below 10,000 we should be looking at having that within the department budget and start following the bylaw.
Adam, did you want to talk to special articles at all?
Yeah, my plan was to separate the capital article from the special articles of less than 10,000. And for us to, like, I could take out all the items that are less than 10,000 and put those in a special article. So you'd have your capital article by the bylaw, and then you would have your special articles that would clearly say special articles less than 10,000.
Are you going to lump those all together, or are you going to take and do them by department?
I'm just going to put them all together.
Somebody could object to having more than one department in. It's taken end up. I would suggest to take and end up separating them by department if you're going to do something like that.
Adam, if I may ask a question, specific to something, and I don't know what the resolution, if there has been any on this, but on the police, they have, the bests, and there's 11.5 scheduled for the bests. But if I'm not mistaken, there's something like 3,800 or whatever in a grant that at one time I know the chief was going to offset this by using that, and that would bring it under the 8. So, is that how you're going to work that? I just asking a question. Process.
I did have a conversation with the police chief about that, and his intention is to move forward with these vests right here for 11,500. And let's say he gets a new hire or whatever, and he needs to use that grant money to use it for the additional coverage he would need for those vests for those other folks. Yeah.
So like his own little built-in reserve?
That's what he intends on using that for.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Bob, as an expected, like a reserve based on what his expectations are for his force.
Right. That seems to be what he's using the grant for, is, backup. so he doesn't have to rely on the budget.
Yeah. And go back to what Will, when we talk about the difference of special articles versus the under $10,000 figures, were you saying that, you know, you'd rather, I guess it's the source of funding that is the issue to me. What you're saying, so if they have, let me use one that makes sense. So transmission flusher, 7,100. You'd rather see it come out of his budget rather than the funding that would be supporting that effort as a special article. So it's coming out of free cash, but you'd rather see it come out of Mr. Sozik's budget. Is that what you were referring to?
That's one alternative. Having a special article is, at least it gets it out of the capital. I mean, I want to have us adhere to the bylaw and have nothing as far as listed as capital under the 10,000 under capital. It's just, that's the primary thing.
Yeah, I did understand what you were saying. So yeah, I mean, Adam's basically taking it out as a special article because of the source of funding, not because we're trying to push it into the operating budget. So I understand what you're saying. And Jeff, if I could interpret your facial expressions, you had something to say about how they're presented, how, if it's going to be a special article because free cash is paying for them, that we just want to pay special attention to how they're actually categorized. Was that your?
I wasn't actually thinking about capital. I was thinking of a few other things, but yeah, basically that was that is my position on that. If we, like Will said, if they're under 10, they don't belong in capital per the bylaw. If we want to, lower the amount, then change the bylaw.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Adam, moving forward, Adam, I just, we may understand it at this point, but going forward, it should be clear. So we're not conflating capital with special. I understand that by this column, you're trying to, assess your use of that source of funding, but let's work to make sure that we're not conflating capital considerations and special article considerations. Does that make sense?
I'll do my best to show the difference on the warrant.
Because it caused some heartache during the process. Okay. All right. What further review on the capital investment is required? Does anyone need to talk about any other items?
Mr. Chair, does anybody want to discuss Gilman Waite and the sprinkler system?
I will.
If it wants to be discussed.
I waited. I was on capital planning, but I also am concerned about the viability of the sprinkler system up there. I know they have a well. I did read from Mr. May some projected outflow, and I come in with a little trepidation that with extreme weather and what the water supply is going to be versus the demand, that we may turn into a community that has to have a water ban.
Well, I'll say that was partly my concern, Terry, when I started looking at it, because I didn't see it, the pieces that were being talked about, I didn't see them coming together as a finished product that would work, because the irrigation system runs off a well that produces 40 gallons per minute. The pump presently produces 35 gallons a minute, which can be changed, but they still don't have a PSI rating that's needed for this system. But the system runs over 6 acres. There's 39 separate links of 4 sprinklers. And only one link of 4 sprinklers can run at a time. As the lawn guy stated in his article, in his response to, I think it was Bob, that it should work, but you can only use 4 at a time. So that's 39 switches that they're going to need. And either somebody's going to have to switch them or it's going to have to be automated. You know, the way Scott presented the plan, and I'm not picking on Scott, I'm picking on the plan, if anything, is that he presented the plan that it was going to be watered, you know, an hour in the evening and an hour in the morning. Well, if you do that, the only way I can figure it using the numbers is that you're going to end up with a 1/16 of an inch of water on 2 circuits, and it's going to take you 10 days to water the full 6 acres to that amount of water. Now, it takes 27,000 gallons to put 1 inch of water on 1 acre of land. And from what I've heard, and I don't know this yet because I haven't gone down there to test it, I've heard that that area is mostly gravel. Gravel doesn't retain water. So how much are we going to use? And, you know, if we're using even half an inch across that area, you know, we're using something in the area, 60,000 gallons of water to water the field once. Now, maybe that well will handle it. I doubt it, because the well's 500 feet deep and it's got the actual well pump floats at around 350 feet, I believe. And there's 200 feet of water head above it. So once you draw down that 200 feet of water head, you're done. I'm concerned about that. I just don't think, I think, yeah, it's about as good as it would be for the backyard, but I think it's way short of a commercial public park watering if you're going to do it. And I think it just sets us up for another one of these Templeton problems of, you know, it's going to cost us only a nickel, and then it cost us $5. And I'm just not up for that anymore. I'd rather have a plan. I'd rather spend more to get it right than do it on the back of a napkin. Just my thoughts. I think it should be a pass.
It just doesn't seem to be a viable thing to take and end up doing in that area, especially when you're talking about so little water coming out of a well, and the fact that we have had droughts here in the last couple of years. It just doesn't make sense. Period.
That's the
Can I say
second part.
something?
Well, excuse me, if it is a drought, you know, we have water restrictions. Oh, we're not allowed to use it.
There's not a big enough recharge area for the well. And I can have Bart come in here and tell you, but what he'll tell you, to make a long story short, is it won't work. This is what I'm talking about, a plan. You have to have a plan, one that makes sense. This makes no sense at all. I asked Bob Sozik, I said, are you gonna have a man that can spend time down at Gilman Way to babysit this thing? He said, oh, it's gonna be on timers. I don't care if it's on timers. We water our garden out here and we water it for 2 hours. I had a lot of gravel in Leominster and we used to have to water for half a day, and this is one section. It won't work. I don't want to do something like this and then a year later we come back like we did with the police station, like we did with every other damn project that we've ever done, and say to people, oh, we need more money. Well, I don't even think throwing money at this thing is gonna work. Bob and I are gonna go up there and dig a hole as soon as the ground is soft. Because if there's no recharge for the well, and if there's no dirt, like loam, if it's gravel, you can pour water on it, it's not gonna stay. And you aren't going to give these things, this grass, enough water to even get it wet. So that's the size of that.
Terry, go ahead.
Yank it.
Terry's next.
Thank you. I feel horrible about it, but I really am concerned. I know he needs, the fields are dry and burning up and he has a dream, but I don't know if we've had a second opinion on it or if there's an alternative method. Has it gone out to bid? I'm not confident going forward at this time with this particular thing.
Can't go out to bid until the money is approved. Also, I heard he was going to be having a community meeting on this proposal. So I can tell you though, I mean, number one, has to be approved at town meeting. Number two, before I even go out to bid for the project, I would need to have all the specifications and the entire plan. I do believe he needs to present that to the community and to get the public to support that. And he did say he was going to have a meeting to bring up, I believe, with Mr. Henshaw, and I'm not sure if Mr. Sozik will be there, but then they could talk about that project then. But Tony? I know I can say that. Oh, Tony's there. I'll wait for Tony.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to echo kind of what everybody said, that while maybe in fact it is needed, and I trust Mr. May's public math, it doesn't sound like who did the sizing of the system, et cetera, to show that it would work? And what is the plan? Are you just watering 1 acre one day and another acre the next? Or I think that the plan, and maybe that's what Scott's going to do when he presents this to the community. But I think to where he came up with, how did he come up with this number without a plan? And is it the right, have they done the tests on the soil to see can it retain the water, et cetera? And it doesn't sound like any of that's been done. So I'm not saying that it's not necessarily a worthwhile project. It's just, I just think that there's more information that needs to be had. What was the amount on this? It was a couple $100,000, right?
230,000.
Yeah. So before we go spending $230,000, which would buy us a brand new front end loader, that we desperately need, then maybe we need to, well, I guess it's coming out of CPC, right? But we still need, oh, is it capital?
No, it's CPC.
Yeah, but still, I just, again, I think it could very well be a worthwhile thing. I just don't think the homework's been done to show that this system would be effective.
So far, I mean, the capital planning committee made the recommendation. The source of funding has been recorded as CPC funds within our budget book. And the select board voted to accept the capital planning recommendation. That's what I do know at this time. I've got two hands up. Let's go Terry first, then Bob.
I think some of the money comes from rec budget and the school as well. And am I to understand Bob Sozik's helping out? Is he on board? I don't know that that's the case.
As far as I know, he's been working on the project.
Yeah, I mean, you guys need to look at the source material for this stuff rather than just asking questions out loud like nothing's been done. The capital project requests are in your book, signed by Bob Sozik. So each of the different requirements that are in there, I don't want to use conjecture to try and guide this process. There are things that are already facts, and although you guys are bringing up a lot of good information on, hey, recharge rate hasn't been tested or otherwise. Hey, hang on a sec. So, yep, hang on a sec, Bev. You're not on, if you're not on mute, if you were attempting to speak. So just look at the stuff that's in your book and look what has already been done with the funding that has already been not, I wouldn't say allocated, but identified. Mr. May, you're next.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, now I have looked at all that information, Mike.
Okay.
As you well know, I actually put it together, a few of the pieces that I sent out, not wrote them, but got them from different sources and brought them together in a place. And one of my concerns, on top of just the irrigation portion of this project, was that when this was presented to CPC, it was presented that the bathrooms that were in the concession stand that is not included in this project now because it's not part of the CPC funding. But the bathrooms were going to be private. They were not going to be public bathrooms. They were only going to be utilized for the school. And Terry is correct that somehow or another there was an agreement made, and this is why I believe that we need to determine who actually owns Gilman Way. Because the school has some money coming forward with this that was negotiated with Scott. Scott has also negotiated with the school for buying a batting cage that was just at the last meeting. So there's some confusion here, and I guess if the bathrooms are going to be put in place for the school, they don't qualify for CPC funding. Because CPC funding says municipal, city, and town, doesn't say district. So there's a mile of questions and very few answers on this project. And it doesn't seem as though all the sources that Mike has referenced here, the well drilling company, the pump company, the irrigation layout that they have all sat down together and discussed the piece together, because they're all speculating on another throughout. So I'm just not comfortable with it at all in the expenditure. I last.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, Will.
Just let me point out that the Capital Planning Board Committee bylaw, it might have been an oversight by them, that when they presented to the select board their recommendations, the bylaw also calls out for the town clerk and the advisory committee to get a copy of that. I know that the advisory committee didn't get it, and I see Carol Harris is on. Did she receive a copy of the capital planning?
Mike, can I say something? I lost my hand.
Oh, yeah, that's fine, Bev. I don't know if Carol's connected where she's hearing, or maybe it would stayed on her phone. Carol, if you're on there and you can hear, you can respond to Will's question. Will, you're telling me that the advisory committee did not get a copy of the report?
Other than getting it, taking and looking at what was presented to selectmen, we did not get a copy of it, because I brought that up at the last advisory meeting about that we didn't receive a copy. And I had asked that question, and I, from the chairman's point of view, he didn't say that they had received a copy.
I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, the chairman of the capital planning committee is the chairman of the advisory committee. So as far as getting a report or otherwise, I don't understand that part. I understand what you're saying, but how does that move us forward with our discussion right now?
Well, I'm just pointing out that if we're gonna do some of this, we need to follow the bylaw also.
Yep.
What bothers me, and it's not my place to tell capital planning, I mean, not capital planning, but CPC, how to do their job. But when someone goes to them for money, they should request a plan from them. When you're doing a project, somebody has to support this project after it's done. So we put this big irrigation system in there. Someone is going to have to take care of that. You know, when you do anything, say the Veterans Park we were going to have where the old town hall was across from the fire station. Whenever you do something, you have to have a plan. And if you don't have a plan, if it doesn't work, then you're up the creek without the paddle or the boat.
Right.
I don't want to put all that money.
It's town property. So that you mean, there are a few assumptions that you can make through it. You know, like I understand what you're saying with the plan. If it's town property and it's town funds that are going to it, then it's going to fall to the DPW building and ground for the upkeep for it. I mean, that's an assumption I would absolutely make. And that if the DPW director was not, did not sign off on it, or saying, this is going to break the bank, I don't have the personnel to be able to take care of that many grounds, then that would be a disconnect identified. I think what we're in this discussion is that several speakers within the last half hour have said, yeah, there seems to be too many disconnects in the discussion of this. I mean, and that's valid for discussion. Terry, did you pull your hand back down?
Well, yeah, my question was about upkeep and yeah, pretty much. I did personally wait till today on this issue. I was on Capitol, but I did wait till today on this issue, to give it some more thought. And I felt that this would be a better place. There would be more people to discuss with that were non-biased. I don't know, had better insight than I do.
Okay. Well, we're definitely not going to be rewriting a plan for Gilman Waite tonight. Let's stay within the scope of how and why we're meeting today. So everything that we're talking about today, this joint budget meeting, is going to translate to the warrant for appropriation. So based on all of the capital items that we're talking, capital and special items from this joint meeting, how are we moving forward with capital as presented, or do you have recommendations or changes?
Mike?
Yep, please go ahead, Bev.
When I looked at the capital list, it looks like somebody thinks Santa Claus is going to come, or the Good Fairy, or the Easter Bunny. I think what you need to ask all of these departments is, what do you really need?
Bev, we've already gone through. That's what the capital planning.
I know, but this is
these are
ridiculous.
funded things. So the recommended, they stayed within the budget handed to them. It's not to the point of a Easter Bunny or Santa Claus or anything. They're a requirement brought to the capital planning.
All right.
I know, but I'm saying that they're well within. They're not unfunded based on the budget guidance that Adam gave them. They're basically funded. The reason why people are bringing up the items now about Gilman Waite, and it seems like that's the only ones that we're focused on, is because they're not good projects, is what some of the speakers have said. Well, I'll let Bev finish her thought, and then Terry, and then Bob.
Oh, Bob was before me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Bev.
Yep.
Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. You asked for suggestions, recommendations, or whatever. First off would be to put Gilman Waite on hold. And
all three line items?
All three, till there's a plan. And then I would like to question the shared vehicle.
Okay. Bob, let me ask you a question. Let me ask Adam, the funding provided in the column, has that already been voted on by another committee? Has CPC approved those funds?
CPC has approved those funds, but the select board controls the warrant.
Right.
Okay. All right. So Bob has floated putting a hold on those 3 line items. Terry, did you have anything else on this subject? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was paying attention, so I lost my train of thought. But the other thing to Mr. May's point is I was excited that the school was on board, but now I'm questioning that as well. So
I have no idea what you're saying.
The school, if you look under recommended sources of financing, CPC, rec, and school, again, I am confused about that. At first I was excited about it, but I'm new and I don't understand the process, so.
Okay. So right now, Mr. May has placed a hold, or he has recommended a hold on those 3 line items on the capital line.
Agree.
So how does that affect the timeline? Does it just?
We're talking about the budget, so it will not, what this hold is it, we are basically saying that we need further, they're going to be suspended for the warrant until we have more information.
Okay.
And I don't think you're gonna, unless the people that have organized this request for these 3 line items to appear on the warrant for appropriation, unless we're provided with additional data on the timeline, we're on a countdown to annual town meeting. Right now, the hold will prevent them from being on the warrant until we have more information.
Okay, so 2 things. One, to Bev's need as far as capital. Tom Smith did a stellar job, and Cheryl Richardson was, an amazing backup as far as experience goes. He went through, we put the most important things and went to the department heads, and they gave us their, the most important things they needed. And then they did give us an ascending list. And even, we couldn't always get everything in the order of ascent. We did get the most important, but some of the ascending items were a little over. So we had to kind of Mickey Mouse that, which Adam ended up putting on the special town warrant.
Okay, on the proposed hold, is there any further discussion on the hold?
Do we need a
Then
motion?
we're going to need to give Adam consensus whether that hold is he'll affect the hold.
I agree. It should
Okay.
be on hold.
1, 2, 3. Bev, you're a thumbs up. How does the select board feel? All right. 1, 2. Okay. Adam, basically, look, there's a hold on those 3 line items right now. I know there's not a lot of time in between then and there. I would go back to Scott, to Bob, and some of the items that were addressed. Remember, this is recorded. You can go back if they're confused, or it's possible they're even watching right now. But for the items that were brought up for why that we have a hold on these 3 line items, unless information can be provided back to the select board and advisory committee, these will not appear on the warrant. Clear? Okay, next item, shared vehicle. You had a comment, Bob, on the shared vehicle?
Yes. Now, I just looked at this shared vehicle, and now, honestly, as you all can see, I look at things dollars and cents. And looking at this shared vehicle, I tried to make sense out of it. And I tried that by going through and taking out the mileage charges that may or may not be associated with this vehicle. And I'll round up for, let's say, ease. But we'll call it 8,000 miles a year that I came up with that could possibly be used by this vehicle. At that rate, you can tell it's about $3,600, I think, in total cost. At the 45 cent per mile number. But this vehicle at 35,000 will cost us significantly more than that, just as a monthly payment. If you broke it down, if you put it on a replacement schedule of 6 years, it's going to cost us, $500 a month, which is more than twice of what we're paying for mileage. So, and I understand it makes a couple things a little easier. But I think this vehicle, from what, I see it being bought at, is going to be doing most of its time sitting and rotting in the parking lot. And I'm just not interested in doing that. I see the vehicle up here, but I also still see the mileage deductions on all of the department heads' requests. Now, I understand we're not going to get the truck right away and there's some breakdown, but the numbers are the same as last year's. They're not half, they're not a portion of. So it just doesn't seem like financial sense to me for the taxpayer. And that's my objective. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Bob. Bev, go ahead.
We had
You found your
vehicle.
hand.
Yeah, I found it. We had a vehicle at one point when we were down on Athol Road and nobody used a damn thing. And I think that Debbie Dennis was the only one that used it to go to the bank. And then I think they gave it to the senior center or something. I think Bob's right. I know Laurie would like a 4-wheel drive, but how often does she use that? When I was on the Board of Health, I used to use my car, turn in a mileage voucher. I mean, you don't go in the woods every day. It's just.
Thanks, Bev.
Yep.
I fully endorse that capital request, and I think that it should be used for its intended purpose. Tim?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I understand we're talking mileage reimbursement, et cetera. I think we also need to look at the potential decrease on liability, asking a town employee to use their personal vehicle to conduct town business versus using a town vehicle. And there are some trade-offs there as well.
Thanks, Tim. Terry?
I endorsed this as well, and it was because the girls were using their own vehicles, and they're getting, especially Lori with the need for 4-wheel drive, and they need space for their equipment was the other request, something that could hold their equipment. And with all the new builds, they were trying to think proactively with all the new builds coming in and all the inspections they're going to be doing.
Tony?
And school.
Yeah, just wondering, could this vehicle be used for people to go to conferences, therefore decreasing the amount of mileage we would have to pay if the town provides them a vehicle to go to a conference?
Yes.
Then we could decrease the mileage that they're given for using their personal vehicle.
Yes, that was the other use of it.
Okay. So then Bob's right. I guess you couldn't really schedule it, but do they have too much mileage in their departments?
Thanks, Tony. Bev? You have your hand up?
You guys are really stretching it. For one thing, when Laurie goes to check a job, she does not bring any equipment with her. And that would mean that if she was home and she had to go in another direction, she would have to come to town hall to pick the vehicle up, go do the job, and then come back to get her vehicle again. Since day one, Walter Rolfe had everything that belonged to the Board of Health in his car. You know, people have used their private vehicles forever and a day. That's the thing. They'd have to come and pick it up, and then they'd have to come bring it back. And I just don't know how practical it is. That's all. I really don't care. $25,000. What's another 1,000, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever? You know, I'm getting tired. But it's really a kind of, Bob makes more sense.
Okay, thanks, Bev. Terry?
Well, if you did look at the specs, it says capable of holding emergency equipment for Board of Health, perk tests, inspections, etc.
Holly?
When it was brought to capital planning and talking to Lori and Luann about it, it's not just going to be for that. They're going to use it as much as possible. Cheryl goes to the bank every day with her vehicle. She might take it. There's a lot of town department heads that use their own vehicle, and they should not have to do that. And this was discussed that Lori would take it, Luann would take it when she needs it. There's different times of year that they need it. It would be used quite often by many of the department heads.
Thank you, Holly. All right, any further discussion? All right, folks, we've gone through the executive select board, IT, insurance and benefits, and now we're wrapping up capital. I'd like to finish out our budget meeting for the day. We've got it as a wrap up and overview. Adam has a working document. I think he had sent me at the lunchtime. Adam, I didn't get a chance to look at that, but it's basically capturing all the hard work that we did today. And when I say hard work, not only good action items, but as you can attest, I think in spirit, we took this meeting seriously, that it could actually affect the warrant and what goes to the town for vote. So I think everybody should pat themselves on the back for a day well spent for the taxpayer. I think what I'd like to do in the interest of time, I can see that Tom, I think Tom might have left.
He had
other engagement.
Okay. Do you have a deputy?
Yes, me.
Oh, okay. I will go ahead and I'll ask the select board, are there any final statements without any go backs?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep, go ahead, Jeff.
just a couple quick circle backs. During the discussion here, I fired up my other screen. I went to mass.gov, public transportation. Franklin Regional Transit goes to towns such as Petersham and Phillipston. MART, for some oddball reason, after Templeton, it goes to Royalston and Athol. That's as far west as MART goes. Why the divide with Phillipston and Royalston, Athol, I don't know. But that's on the mass.gov/public transportation. I looked up the state ethics law, and under section 20, it speaks to a municipal employee generally may not have a financial interest in a municipal contract, including a second municipal job. That's under section 20. It speaks to something about unless there's an exemption, but as I said earlier regarding Holly, I don't want to see her get in a bad position, especially from our doing. And finally, with regards to the warrant and getting that available to townspeople, our bylaw states under town meeting that the report recommendations from the advisory committee is supposed to be available to the public at least 2 days before town meeting. So I believe either the voter's guide or the warrant or both should be available at least as early as that report is mandated to be available to the people. So they do have a couple days, 3 days, whatever it may be, to look that stuff over. And that's all I have as a follow-up.
Thanks, Jeff. Tim?
Just real brief to Select Board Member Bennett's statement about the Section 20 section. That was the 20B disclosure that I had to file and why I stepped away for the fire department portions of the discussion. A couple quick things before we close. Don't forget, clocks go forward tonight. Change your clocks, check your smoke alarm batteries if you still have them. Also, when you're looking at them, if they're more than 10 years old, they're out of date and need to be replaced. Camelot, if they have not yet run out, is serving till 6, but if you happen to miss that one, Bear might be interested. The Legion is also doing corned beef and cabbage starting at 6 tonight. And to that, I say it's been a busy day. We've covered a lot of ground.
Thanks, Tim. Terry, anything quick?
I can attest Tim did not attend the fire because I texted him during that and he's like, what? And I'm like, oh yeah, you're not supposed to be on there. I got it. So honest man there.
Okay, Tony, it's up to you how you want to run through your committee.
I want to give everybody an opportunity to make a comment. So Bev?
I want to, I told you I love Luann because she's such a good girl. She did a project for me. And what she did was she looked up to find out how much we are owed as a town as of 3/9/2020, Temple Stewart's and Baldwinville products. We are owed $1,156,675.33. The guy is in jail. Some of the parcels that this is taxes and interest, okay? We are never going to see this. So down the road, when we get our act together, somebody's going to get a committee together to try to see if we can do something with that property and bring tax money into town. They went out of business in the early 90s. And when the town fathers were doing the budget, they never cut back. And you know, the fact that all this money wasn't coming in apparently didn't dawn on them. That's part of the reason we've been broke year after year after year. We're never going to get the money from this guy. We cannot, this is what Jeffrey talks about all the time. You cannot plan on spending all the money that it looks like we're going to receive, because we aren't. But this is what the guy owes us. And I know the Superfund site, they did some cleaning over there. So, you know, it's going to be a big project, but until we get some real good money coming into this town, we're going to struggle. So I thought I'd throw that at you.
Well,
I think Will might have dropped off, Tony.
okay, Debbie? I think Debbie's still here.
She is. She might not be at her phone.
Bob May?
Hey, I just want to say this was my first Saturday budget meeting. And I was leery of the timing and the structure. It went a little quicker than I would have liked, but it went well. A lot better than I thought it was going to, and a lot better than, let's say we started out. We had a heavy morning, and I thought we were going to be way behind, but a couple of the departments, we didn't have much going on. or many questions because they came in pretty clean. So it went well, good discussions. I think we questioned the things we needed to question. We may have missed a couple. I want to congratulate Adam on his first budget. You know, he added one and got two. That's something new in Templeton. But I appreciate his first effort into his budget on his own. I think he did well. I think overall, the town's doing better. And I'm just a little concerned about, let's say, some people's enthusiasm. But, you know, we take it one day at a time. And thank you much.
Thanks,
Good
Bob.
job, Adam. Good
Thanks,
job,
Bob.
Mike.
Thanks. And I guess I'll finish up, Mike, and just say I want to commend Adam and all the department heads for coming up with a budget that only went up a little over the half of 1%, which I think is pretty impressive to do in today's day and age. And, you know, I think the town's in a much better position than when I started on advisory committee 3 years ago. And I think we have the right leadership, and hopefully we'll keep moving in this direction. I tend to be more of an optimist than pessimistic. You know, a lot of it was mismanagement of the town in years past. And for the past few years, I haven't really seen I've seen people disagree with how some things are done, but that doesn't mean because you disagree with them, they're wrong. Everybody has a different way of looking at things. You may have done it something a little different and got the same result. But I think that's, I think the town is moving in the right direction, and hopefully it will continue to do so.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. If you'd like to adjourn your committee.
I will take a motion to adjourn the advisory committee meeting.
So moved.
You have a second, Bev?
Yeah, she said second.
Okay. Then the advisory committee meeting is adjourned.
Okay. Adam, any before I adjourn the select board, Adam, if you'd have any final comments, Adam?
This was a great experience, and I have a lot of sticky notes in my budget book, but I'll get to it Monday.
Yeah, you may want to serialize those into a roster just so we can, I don't want to lose sight of any of the, like I said, there was a lot of hard work. There are a couple of big items there that are significant. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of them, especially since the advisory committee and the select board may expect an answer that needs to be a little bit more timely if we intend to get the things that we stripped out actually on the warrant. But thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. Thanks to TCTV, Holly, and all the department heads that came on and briefed today. Yeah, we're over on our time, but I think it was time well spent. For those that are watching on YouTube and the live, our live TV, we're all live on TV. Thank you for watching, even if you watched for a little bit to find out what was going on. And having said that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Thank you. All those in favor of adjournment from on the select board side signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
No.
Any opposed?
All right, Jeff. See you later.
All right.
Have a good one, everyone.
I think we can stop with the recording, the live stream, and on YouTube. Thank you, everybody. Monday, we will have a 7 p.m. Joint session as well